Hello and welcome to the beautiful grid ahead of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. My name is Claire Costume, alongside me is Renault Lacroix. Looking forward to going racing here in Motorland Aragon. Now, of course, you can see the cars lining up behind us, and we are going to go 4 hours of racing here in Spain. Renault, thank you so much for joining us. How are you feeling? Are you excited about this one?
I'm very excited, like always.
Always excited. You've got the most energy, I think, in the whole of the Ultimate Cup, and I love that about you. We're going to speak to a couple of the drivers, aren't we? We're going to start with pole position, and what's so lovely about our championship is we are obviously multilingual. I speak English and you speak Francais. I don't speak French. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the mic, and you're going to start chatting to a couple of the drivers and see what they have to say ahead of the race. We're going to start with pole position, which is car number 37. This is a beautiful Renault behind us, and I'm going to hand it over to you so you can have a chat with them.
Merci beaucoup Claire, bonjour à toutes et à tous, et on va commencer effectivement par la pole position. On va chercher un pilote, on a déjà un pilote qui est dans la voiture, ça va être peut-être compliqué de l'interviewer. Qui est dans la voiture?
C'est Lucas Valcre.
C'est Lucas Valcre. Est-ce qu'on a Christophe de Ruino qui est par ici? Il est juste là, Christophe, une petite interview. Oh, je vous sens un petit peu stressé. Est-ce du stress?
Un petit peu stressé, ouais, le départ, première pole qu'on fait ensemble, donc un petit peu de stress, mais aussi beaucoup d'envie, donc ça devrait bien se passer. On est confiant.
Et quelles sont les consignes à donner à votre pilote?
Faire le taf, hein, comme d'habitude, il n'y a pas de consigne particulière, il faut arriver au bout déjà pour marquer des points. Donc on va faire en sorte d'arriver et partir, un départ classique, pas de prise de risque.
On sait que le premier virage est assez piégeux ici, on s'attend toujours à des petits contacts, même si on n'a rien vu de très grave depuis le début du week-end. Est-ce que ça fait partie du briefing, là, de lui dire ce premier virage très important et le travailler particulièrement?
Bon non, c'est une course d'endurance, c'est pas un sprint, donc on sait qu'on va pas prendre de risque au départ, personne ne le fera de toute façon. C'est une course qui jouera surtout à la fin, je pense.
Hier, je vous ai croisé, vous aviez un grand sourire, vous étiez très confiant. Vous pouvez me refaire un grand sourire et me dire que vous êtes très optimiste?
Non, on est très optimiste.
Merci beaucoup Christophe de Ruino, le pilote de la pole position. So to translate in English, well, he was confident yesterday, and today when I talked to him, he was a bit nervous about the start of the race, but the objective is clear: be safe, especially in the first laps. And at the end, I got a smile from him. So yes, they are kind of optimistic for this race.
Perfect, thank you for that. Right, we're going to make our way across to the other side of the grid now, because now we're heading over to car number 98. Well, we actually can't, because I've just seen Sébastien Loeb get out of the car and wander over there, probably for a little comfort break before 4 hours of racing. He was in his racing suit, so that would be the person we want to speak to. So let's wander a little bit further up. Renault, how are we feeling about this race? If we bring, if we come over this way, how are we feeling ahead of this race? Who do we think is going to look strong out there? Who really are we going to be paying attention to? Is it the Vortex of 22 with the Gomez brothers?
At the beginning of the weekend, I would have said, yes, the Vortex once again, but the speed shown by the 37, the Renault, during qualifying, during the practice, is stunning. So I may bet on them, and also do not forget the 28. They are far away over there, but they are still here. So yes, it's hard to have a safe bet today, but I would say 28, 37 and 22.
Okay, interesting to know. We walked past the Gomez brothers, so we're not going to have a chat with them, even though there is a driver out. Did you want to have a chat with one of the Gomez brothers? See how they're feeling?
If there is one available, why not? Let's do this. Y a-t-il un pilote de cette numéro 22 que je peux interviewer? Est-ce qu'on peut vous interviewer? On va vous faire Arnaud Gomez. Première ligne.
Oui.
Hein? Est-ce que vous êtes un peu tendu? Je vous voyais discuter là, vous parliez de quoi?
Non, on mettait la stratégie en place pour la course. Pour l'instant, on était comme prévu, pas très bien en qualif. En termes de perfo, mais normalement sur 4 heures on devrait être là.
Pas très bien en qualif et pourtant vous êtes sur la première ligne. Et après les résultats de Portimao, il y a quand même des choses qui se sont débloquées, j'ai l'impression, dans cette équipe Vortex.
Oui, non, mais on sait que sur 4 heures on est toujours là. Normalement, en conso pneus, en conso fuel, on est pas mal. Après, on est en première ligne parce que la Mercedes a pris des pénalités sur la grille. On serait troisième. Mais par contre, sur 4 heures, on sera là.
Et quels sont les objectifs? Est-ce qu'il y a des clés de course en particulier à surveiller, des points à surveiller en particulier aujourd'hui?
Comme toutes les courses d'endurance, on a 5 stops à faire, ils doivent être parfaits à la seconde près. On doit, nous, au volant, faire ce qu'il faut pour garder les pneus le plus longtemps et sauver le maximum d'essence.
Eh bien, merci et bon courage, la famille Gomez, toujours présente avec Vortex. So, they are kind of confident, but they are not satisfied with their speed in qualifying, and yet they are on the first row. But they admit it will be a long race, even though they know they will be there at the end.
Okay, thank you so much. Right, should we wander a little bit further up and see who else we can speak to? Sébastien Loeb has just walked past us, so he's heading back into the car after a brief comfort break. This is Sébastien Loeb's car here and his teammate alongside him. Renault, just stand here for a second and let's chat a little bit about how special it is to have Sébastien Loeb with us here. A good qualifying session as well from the team. It's great to see, isn't it?
It's great because it shows how much the Ultimate Cup Series is bringing new drivers and famous drivers with them. So it also shows how attractive it is and how fast the car can become for any driver here. It's very open. I mean, earlier I told you the 2237 may win, but it could be a Porsche. It could be anyone, really.
I've noticed, do you want to go and speak? There's a driver we could go and speak to.
Yes, we may have a chat with Lorraine Godet, maybe? Wow, Anthony Beltoise is here too. Wow, it's a great conference of great drivers. May we have a chat with you, Lorraine? En français, in French, obviously. Please, come here. Est-ce que vous êtes confiante pour cette course? Je vous sens un petit peu hésitante là.
Non, je suis assez confiante. J'aime beaucoup le circuit, j'aime beaucoup le tracé. Les temps étaient bien, je suis assez confiante.
Et là, on voit la deuxième ligne sur la grille de départ. Excellent résultat. Quelles sont les consignes en ce début de course données au pilote qui est déjà sanglé et que vous connaissez bien?
Je crois qu'on ne peut pas trop lui donner de consignes. De toute façon, il va faire sa course, on récupérera derrière moi et Gabriel et puis on fera la nôtre. Mais le but, c'est toujours d'aller sur la plus haute marche.
Vous aimez bien le circuit? Qu'est-ce que vous aimez en particulier aujourd'hui sur le Motorland Aragon?
J'aime bien parce qu'il y a autant du technique que du rapide et c'est un circuit qui demande beaucoup d'exigences et il est très rythmé. Et moi j'aime bien quand ça a du rythme et que tu t'ennuies pas. Et on a le temps, on a une grande ligne droite pour se reposer un peu et après ça renchaîne. Non, il est assez sympa. Et il y a beaucoup de grip, c'est cool.
Merci beaucoup Lorraine Godet et bonne chance pour la course. She enjoys this track because it's very technical and also very fast. And obviously, Sébastien Loeb at the wheel, he doesn't need to be driven, if you know what I mean, because he knows his job. So you don't need to tell him what to do. And they are very confident, a great starting position for them.
That's good to know. Right, we've come up to one of the vortexes at the moment. I think it's Enzo Richer at the wheel. He's having a chat at the moment with his teammate. Enzo is one of the busiest drivers on the grid. He has not only done a 4-hour race in the prototype, he's also going to do 4 hours here in the GT Endurance. How are we feeling, Enzo? You doing right?
Yeah, all right. A bit warm, but it's all right.
It is incredibly warm on the grid. Is this a bit of a concern? We're used to hot tracks, but it feels quite muggy today, like almost like a thunderstorm is brewing.
Yeah, the sun is not there, but it's okay. I like the weather like that. It's better than for tomorrow. I hope the sun will not come and that the rain will not come too.
Okay, 4 hours to go. You're starting the race. How are we feeling in the vortex today?
Great. I feel great. We put new tires on the back, medium tires, not hard like yesterday, so the car will be better. I think we can be on top today.
You're one of the busiest people on the grid. You've already done a 4-hour race yesterday. Do you start to get fatigued by this point, or does the adrenaline take over?
Yeah, Sunday it's always a bit, you want to drive, but you want to rest too. But when you're in the car, you're always happy. So yes, always ready.
How do you prepare any different for racing for 8 hours? Is there a lot of pasta?
Yeah, a bit of preparation, a lot of caffeine, a lot of coffee.
You're not going to say that.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you get on. Good luck.
Thank you.
So yeah, Enzo, like I said, one of the busiest men on the grid. My friend, he was saying he's had a lot of caffeine before this. He had 4 hours of the prototype yesterday, and now here he is getting ready for another 4 hours. That is a lot to expect from a driver, isn't it?
It's a lot to expect for everyone in the paddock and the field today, but especially for him, obviously. But he's so fast, he feels so... It seems so easy when you see him racing, so I'm expecting the best from him, even with the fatigue.
I think what's really interesting about Enzo is he's one of the fastest drivers as well, and starting the race. We usually see sometimes the bronze driver starting, so this is an interesting strategy from the Car 20.
Yes, but fourth row on the starting grid, maybe they need to take position very early in the race, you know, to cruise a bit after in the middle part of the race. So I understand the strategy, and we'll see how it's going on during the race.
Okay, we've got 5 minutes left until we're kicked off the grid. Is there anyone else do you think we should go and talk to?
The 28.
I think you're going to have to run. Go on then.
Let's do this! Est-ce que la caméra me suit? Oh, il court encore plus vite que moi. Quelle équipe on a dans l'Ultimate Cup Series, c'est la 28. Ah, il y a des pilotes qui essaient de cacher. La 28, à qui puis-je parler? Benjamin. Benjamin comment? Benjamin Pack? Oui. Benjamin Pack. Bah alors, on était censé être sur la première ligne, on se retrouve sur la dernière. Qu'est-ce que c'est que cette affaire?
Ouais, on a causé un drapeau rouge en qualif, donc on a pris 10 places de pénalité. Et puis après, on a préféré prendre des pneus joker, et donc on a encore reçu 5 places. Donc autant faire le coup pour le coup et partir dernier. Et au moins, on est frais, on va remonter.
Au point où on en était, hein, de toute façon. Mais alors, du coup, en termes de stratégie, j'imagine que ça a tout chamboulé. Quelle est la nouvelle stratégie pour cette course?
On ne peut pas tout dévoiler non plus, mais voilà, la stratégie c'est clair, hein, c'est de remonter le plus haut possible. Là on a des pneus joker, donc c'est ça qui est cool. Donc on va essayer de les exploiter au mieux, et maintenant on va tout donner. Et j'ai confiance en mes coéquipiers, on va faire des bons relais, des longs relais, et s'arrêter le moins possible à l'essence. Alors
qui est au volant et quand prenez-vous le volant? Dernière question rapide.
C'est Jordan Boisson qui est au volant, après ce sera Patrick et je ferai l'arrivée.
Très bien, alors they are very confident.
We need to know because we're getting kicked off the grid. So you're going to have to learn that one on your own. We're going to go racing 4 hours here in Motorland, Spain. Aragon, where else do you want to be? Stay with us for the next 4 hours. We've got French commentary and we've got English commentary.
Thank you very much, Claire. Thank you very much, Renault, as well. It was fantastic to have a grid walk with a multitude of drivers ready to go ahead of this 4-hour race here this afternoon. Should be a great one, though, here in the blinding sunshine here in Spain. I hope you're all enjoying the broadcasts this weekend from the Ultimate Cup Series, whether you've joined us for the Hoosier Formula Cup, whether it was for the European Endurance Prototype Cup yesterday, or whether you're just joining us for the Ultimate GT Endurance, the Kennol GT Endurance, of course. This is going to be one of the highlight races of the weekend. A fantastic mix, an eclectic mix, as you could say, of these GT cars. They range from all sorts of GT3 machines to basically prototype cars, and of course Porsche Cup and GT4 machinery as well. We have 2 of the Alpine A110 Cup cars out there as well, 2 of my favourites on the grid, and a number of Porsche Cup machines. We have had, unfortunately, the withdrawal of one of the cars, the Netcuve racing machine, car 29, has basically withdrawn from the meeting and will not be on the grid here this afternoon. They were due to start in 14th position, so right near the back anyway. But what that does is move the Mercedes-AMG GT3 of TFT Racing up into 14th place. So it moves them a bit further forward on the grid. You can just see the yellow highlights in the background. Lovely, lovely shot there of one of the Porsches. I believe that would be the number 7 machine on the right-hand side of the grid, 2B Autosport. And we have the 3 Vortexes, which I just alluded to there as the sort of prototype cars. It's a car that's been worked on and developed for many years throughout motorsport, mainly competing in Spain actually as well. Seen it a lot of the time in other Spanish championships and endurance series over here, part of the Spanish Racing Weekend organisation. And it's been a car that has looked very different every time I've seen it. This is the latest iteration of the Vortex. It is simply called the Vortex 2.0. It is a lot more like a prototype race car with its sort of almost open wheel arches as opposed to a supercar shape. Previously, it used to look like a car that some of you may recall, the Gumpert Apollo. It looked like a smaller, shorter version of the Gumpert, but still with the same angry Chevrolet LS V8 engine in the back of it. You'll certainly hear the Vortexes making their way around the circuit. They used to have two of them in an orange colour scheme with slightly different black markings on them, but then they have the 20 car, which is the dark red one. There is now one of them that's just a darker orange, so there's a bit of a gradient between the three. Pole position then, Lucas Valka with Olivier Gomez alongside. They're both in the UCS1 category, which is the fastest cars on the grid. There's 5 of them, 3 Vortexes, the Renault RS01 and the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Second row of the grid, we have Harpal alongside Sébastien Loeb. They will be joining one another at the front of the Porsche Cup class. We then have Jan Penlu on the third row of the grid in another Porsche, and Loic Thiers joining them again in another Porsche. We've got quite the Porsche Cup grid for this one. We've got the next driver on the grid in the 17 car. Lovely looking machine, actually. It's Régis Regio de Sebes, or de Sib. I'm going to have to confirm that with him. I was trying to find him earlier, actually. Funnily enough, during the Hoosier Formula Cup race, I was stood in their garage and I was trying to find him and see if we could confirm the pronunciation, but unfortunately not. Enzo Richer, who Claire spoke to just a moment ago, alongside him on the fourth row of the grid. Then we have Jean-Jacques Ardely in 9th place. Philippe Bonnel will start in 10th position on the 5th row in the third and final Vortex. Then we have Luca de Grange in car 123. That's one of the Alpine A110s. Enzo Giuli starts in 12th place in one of the Porsche Cup machines, the final Porsche Cup car on the grid in the Martinet by Almeris team. Lovely green livery on that car. And then the last 2 cars on this 14 machine grid is Tom Verdier in the Alpine, car number 93 for Chazelle Technologies. And then Jordan Boisson, who basically had the incident in qualifying yesterday. The reason for that car being at the back of the grid is that it received a 10-place grid penalty and was put right to the back after bringing out the red flag during qualifying. I was meaning to send my colleagues a picture earlier of the windscreen of that Mercedes when I was walking through the pit lane. Looks like it's come under gunfire because it's got so many holes in the front of it from the gravel that it went through. I will be sending that to them shortly, just so they know exactly how it looks ahead of the race. But we have the RS01 and the Vortex 2.0 on the front row of the grid. A very interesting front row of cars. And I'm excited to see which of them managed to get the cleaner start here at the front of the pack. And then we head round the final corner, and the 4-hour endurance race here in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup is underway now. And the field fan out to the left quite aggressively. The car on the second row of the grid there, actually, of Harpal, was way over to the left, further than we expected. But we saw this yesterday. They're supposed to stay in the certain tram lines as they start the race. And I think, to be honest, there was cars ahead of them, the Renault in particular, were out of position. The start is under investigation. The word has already come through 6 seconds after the green flag. It is the Vortex, though, of Olivier Gomez having a fight with Harpal at the front. And he's gotten back through, has Gomez, making a bit of progress in the opening moments. So too is the Mercedes-AMG trying to get round the outside of the 17 Porsche straight off the bat. Bit of a Porsche Cup fight going on there behind the second of the 3 Vortexes. That's Enzo Richer in the 20 car. A little bit more action there, actually, as car 98, Sébastien Loeb, moves up into 3rd position. Harpal's had a nightmare couple of corners. It looks like there's something hanging off the back of the Porsche, and oh, we have a bit of smoke from the second Vortex already. I say smoke, there's something coming back from the second of the Vortexes, Enzo Richer. He's got the Almeiras Porsche just behind. Enzo's gone a little bit deep there into turn 12, running slightly wide and having to recover. But a relatively tidy start from everybody. But like I say, I think a number of cars in the first few rows there were out of position. I wouldn't be too surprised if it was the RS01 on pole position that was the main cause of that. A few others trying to follow on. The Mercedes of Jordan Boisson making great progress. Already gaining at least 5 positions now, right up behind the Vortex, down towards turn 16. A couple of the Porsches flashing their lights in the midfield there, actually. It was Jan Penlu that was flashing the headlights on the number 7 car. Side by side there with Harpal and the 71 of Enzo Giuli making great progress through the order as well. Also gaining multiple positions. Mercedes again flashing its lights. Now, the team manager of car 37 has been asked to report to race control, which is of no surprise to me because, like I say, I was pretty sure that they were out of position at the start. We saw it yesterday as well in one of our races where it wasn't necessarily that cars were too far over to the left, it's that they were too far over to their right and out of the required tram lines to start the race cleanly. So we'll keep an eye out for what may come. But we've got all cars running at the end of the first lap, which is the best news. Car 37, though, moving away quite quickly at the front of the field. And it was literally on lap 1 that we've had the first warning. And they have had their team manager requested to go to race control. So we'll keep our eye on that and the investigation. Obviously, we'll get all of the info coming through as time goes on. And again, a bit wide there. We've got a yellow flag in turn 3, apparently. Although looking at the timing screen, we have a live track map on our screens in front of us here in the commentary box. Doesn't look like anybody's dropped off. Another move made there by the 71 machine. Green flag now in Sector 1, and it does look like Harpal. Claire has just pointed out to me that Harpal hasn't gone through Sector 2. Oh, and now suddenly has. Maybe a delay on the transponder or something, but definitely not in the position that they were before. There is another look down the inside by Jordan Boisson, putting his nose down the inside of the Jan Penlu driven Porsche, car number 7. That was the 2B Autosport car. Sébastien Loeb holding 3rd position, Gomez holding 2nd, Lucas Valka holding the lead right now. We've had car 17 reported for track limits, which is the Reggio di Sib Porsche, currently running in 10th place. But it's solid progress from the Mercedes in these opening laps. We knew that this Mercedes was going to be fast. They had a good couple of seconds advantage in some of the stages of qualifying yesterday. So I'm intrigued to see how well they do as the race continues on, and obviously the field gets more and more spread out. Harpal indeed losing 4 seconds on that previous lap to cars around them, so quite the moment to say the least for that team. A very dramatic start to the race actually. Took 2nd place at turn 1, fell back to 3rd, and since then has been absolutely bleeding positions. Hopefully they can recuperate that a little bit. Maybe Harpal just going a bit too hard on the car in the opening moments with cold tyres. It's unlikely they'll be cold for long though, here with the heat at Motorland Aragon. It is baking hot outside, and obviously when you walk through the pit lane and stand in the sunshine here, you've got all the heat of the concrete, the heat of the tyres, the cars, the engines, all of it. It is a massive baking tray out there at the moment. As, Jordan Boisson running a little bit deep into turn 14 then, and as a result, running wide at turn 15 as well. Here is what is going to be one of the most delightful battles in the field. Cars 123 and 93, the 2 teammates from Chazelle Technology, the 2 Alpine A110 Cup cars that we have here this weekend. In previous rounds of the season, we've had a good 4 or 5 of them, but unfortunately, just the one team bringing them this time around. And funnily enough, car 123 has just had a track limits warning at turn 5. We're going to see a lot of that today, so we have to think about 5-second penalties and all sorts. As far as we know, they're still served in the pit stops. and it was Desgrange that has got the warning. It's a correction from race control. They wanted to make sure that they included the driver name, as it recently just came up as driver X, so I don't think the ID automatically applied to who they gave the penalty to. But it's Lucas Valka still leading the way. Purple sector 1 at the start of this lap as well, after doing the fastest lap of the race last time round. Olivier Gomez continuing on in second place. Everybody setting personal bests as the cars continue to heat up, continue to get faster. We look there at the lovely livery on the 93 car. I believe that team also runs in the Alpine A110 Cup in France. Recognise the livery from one of their events that I've managed to get to in the past. Right now, solid stuff by Gomez in second place. Oh, Loeb and Julie have both lost places to the Mercedes in the opening sector. Sébastien Loeb not having the best sector there, and as well, he's actually the one that's lost 2 places. Enzo Julie has stayed where he is. The 2 cars around him are the ones that have swapped positions. And there is Loeb in car 98. Lovely livery on that car. All sorts of colours all over it. They did have a couple of cars in the field, the GP Racing team in the past. 89 and 98 were usually their pairing. They still have them, but in slightly different liveries to what we're used to. You can see the 18 in the background still trying to recover. In fact, no, the 89 is in its usual livery. It's the wing mirrors and the strip on the sun strip, as we call it, is just a slightly different colour to be used as an identifier. Now we've had a warning flag out for car 37 for driver behaviour at the start. I wonder if that was maybe to do with the way that they conducted the start procedure, if they maybe slowed down too much, or if they felt like they were moving around too much in terms of where the tram lines are, this theoretical set of tram lines. The drivers have to try and stick in a straight line and within the grid slots, basically. And if they haven't been able to do that, then, well, it just counts as them not following the usual start procedure. Looked like Enzo Richer wanted to try and make a move on Jan Penlu there, just having a brief look down the inside into turn 7, but we've not seen that many overtakes from there this weekend. It seems like now that the vortexes are up to temperature, they're able to circulate much more quickly. It has always looked like a car that has not quite been able to get up to temperature as quickly as these other mass-produced machines. These vortexes are quite rare, so they have their own set of characteristics. We look now at Jan Penlu stuck in the middle here with the vortex behind and the Porsche in front. We'll see if they can stretch their legs down this back straight. Jan Penlu has been flashing the lights almost every lap. I don't know if they're just a big fan of Sébastien Loeb, but there's been a constant light flashing every time they go onto the straight. And you can see it again there, look, in the background. Jordan Boisson did a purple first sector on this lap, but hasn't been able to close in very much. Just having a quick look at the times, and there's a lot of personal bests still coming in, so the times haven't really settled or anything. Everybody still going as quickly as possible. But only 10 minutes into this 4-hour race so far. And it is Lucas Valka leading the way in car 37 for Craft Racing. Second place, Olivier Gomez for Vortex, car 22. Jordan Boisson, third place for TFT Racing in the Mercedes AMG GT3. They're the top 3 cars in UCS 1 as well. Then we have our top 3 in the Porsche Cup class as well. Enzo Julie next up in car 71 for Martinez Balmeras. They started right near the back of the grid as well. Second to last in class and now lead the class, which is a brilliant effort in these first few laps. Enzo Julie, silver driver, absolutely flying. We have silver, bronze and gold drivers classified throughout our field here. We look at our race leader now, Lucas Valka, right out in front, 5 seconds ahead of all these other drivers. And there is the gap you can see to Olivier Gomez. Just going through the rest of the podium in the Porsches, we've got Sébastien Loeb and then Jan Penlu in cars 98 and 7 from GP Racing Team and 2B Autosport. Car 21, Vortex there of Philippe Bonnel, has gotten ahead of the 17 Porsche of Rego de Siebe now and made that manoeuvre. As seems like one of the Porsches there going, was that Porsche going a little bit slowly? Seemed like they were struggling for a second there through that sector as we go back to the 21 Vortex. Using all of the road and a little bit more to try and get away now from the 17 Porsche. Just listen. Very low and beefy sounding Vortex V8. Making a fantastic racket down that back straight. I was just trying to assess the Porsche ahead. It was the number 10 of Jean-Jacques Ardilly, the Mirage racing car. It definitely wasn't a Mirage, it was really there. But it seemed like it was struggling through turns 13 and 14. Maybe just an isolated incident that they had or a little moment, but back up to speed now and ahead of the Vortex behind. We see Enzo Giuli going through now, continuing to set faster lap times than the Porsches behind by about a second. Sébastien Loeb next up ahead of Jan Penlu, but then look, waiting in the wings. Car 20. Enzo Richer was a bit concerned for them with that slight bit of smoke or whatever it was emitting from the rear of the car. But now they've got it together and we have this lovely trio on track, hoping to give us some more action and more overtakes here. Looks like Enzo Richer, certainly one of the biggest characters in the paddock here at the Ultimate Cup Series. He is not holding back, never does. And now he is right in the slipstream of these Porsches, but this is the thing, the Vortex is very similar to a GT3 specification car, and even though it's got its low-slung nature about it and very low rear wing, it's probably about the same speed as these Porsche Cup cars in a straight line. They have amazing straight line speed. We'll see whether the Vortex can get closer to them in more of the twisty sections of the circuit. Definitely the first and second sectors a bit stronger for that car. There's still the battle going on in the Alpines. Luca de Grange ahead of Tom Verdier. And Lucas Valka's just set another fastest lap of the race here, 157.712. I wonder if he's got the hurry up slightly from the team, saying just in case a penalty comes our way, really push it. Stretch your legs straight off the bat. Boisson's had a warning for track limits, albeit quite a few minutes ago, 5 minutes ago or so. Just didn't see that one come through, admittedly. But he also is pushing up into third place. Gomez holding second, and this battle's still going on between the two Alpines. I don't quite know why, maybe just down to temperatures, but I didn't quite understand why the 93 didn't immediately get in the slipstream of its teammate. Must be down to temperatures. Another warning flag for car 123. It's almost like our director knows when they're going to get a penalty. Every time we go to look at the 123, it then gets a penalty about 10 seconds later. Not necessarily a penalty, sorry, but a warning. Those two teammates, of course, well, now both getting track limits reported at turn 9, actually. Verdier's just got one as well. They add it all together. They probably just wonder if they can spread it across the team. I'm delighted to say that Claire's now back in the box with me. It's nice and cooler in here, isn't it?
Yeah, so much cooler. It's warm out there. We spoke to Enzo Richer on the grid, and he even said it feels warm. I hope the sunshine doesn't come out. Didn't have the heart to tell him that the sunshine is already out. But I think what he means is that there's a bit of cloud cover at the moment, so there's the scorching sunshine isn't quite what's burning the grid at the moment, and the track as well. So Yeah, interesting to speak to lots of different faces up and down the grid. And speaking of Enzo Richet, he's just been given a track limits report warning. It's reported, so he's got a warning for turn 5. He should know this track really well by now. I was just having a look at. We've got a little group chat where we hear things from race control sometimes, and this is a good thing for drivers. They get the information for track limits. You get your first infringement, you get a warning on the screen only, so this is for teams as well. Second infringement, you get a warning flag, which is screen only, so that would mean that you have to tell your driver. And then third and more, you get screen and a radio call. So interesting the ways that they tell the driver and how communication is had for the track limits, and also the fact that we haven't really had that information ever to us before. So clearly this is a track that drivers don't quite know how much is the limit, because every category we've had, and we talk about track limits a lot, you see it in all sort of racing categories, as the Lucas Valkra just takes that a little bit too heavy on the curbs. But this seems a little excessive, doesn't it? We've had a lot.
Yeah, we've had a heck of a lot of penalties and warnings. I mean, yesterday, I tend to try and write down when there's penalties applied on a sheet of paper, just because with these 4-hour endurance races, sometimes it's hard to remember who's got what, especially if it's been added to the end of the race as well. You want to be sure that we're calling it out. Claire herself had loads of penalties to go through with the Hoosier Formula Cup.
Oh, don't. You're going to get
this weekend
post-traumatic stress about it. It was so much.
But yeah, this weekend it's definitely something that the drivers have to think about. It's been one of the main talking points, in an unfortunate way, about Aragon, is that there is a lot of red runoff around this circuit, and you'd think it being bright red would put the drivers off, but no, they want to use every inch of this track and more, and so long as the inside wheels stay just over the white line, just like we saw there from Olivier Gomez, then they're okay. But yeah, it looks like the process has had to be outlined again by the officials, just so they know. But at least the drivers know as well, when it gets to them over the radio, it's already escalated to a point where they really need to be careful.
Mm-hmm, yeah. But I think they mean radio call. I think that'd be a race control radio call.
I see.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be team radio. I think they will be, because obviously drivers can't see the screen, can they?
No.
So I would assume that the team will tell the driver, and they see it on the screen, and then this is my assumption. Then race control might radio it in, and say you're on your last, radio it in and say you're on your last warning. That's my assumption, because they don't have screens in the car.
No. Well, some of the newer GT3 cars have an LED flag system for certain circuits.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. There could be. Yeah, they could have a screen. Yeah, that's right. With the screen, that's fair enough.
I don't know what the case would be with one of the Alpine Cup cars or the Porsche Cup cars, for example. But there we go. We've got our first 5-second penalty for one of them to look at, and it is unfortunately for the 1-2-3 Alpine. And I mean, that car's had a busy weekend, hasn't it? Had a number of spins yesterday, Claire, and then we saw them driving it around the paddock yesterday, trying to fix whatever penalty, whatever issue they had with it. And even then, it looked like the car wasn't behaving itself.
Yeah, down in 13th at the moment in the UCS4 category is that Alpine. And yeah, tricky weekend. And you have to say, at least it wasn't like, was it 2 race meetings ago that both the Alpines set on fire?
Yes.
I can't remember, was that Mugello or was that?
It was,
so at least they're not on fire.
Yeah. Well, one of them did it during the race, and the other one did it when they were in the pit lane afterwards, wasn't
after
it?
the race, yeah.
There was, unfortunately for Alpine and their wonderful cars, which I was praising a lot yesterday, they have a tendency for that, actually. There was 2 reporters when given road test versions of the car when it was first released for magazines, videos, whatever else. The 2 of them caught on fire in a very short period of time. So it seems to be a car that runs hot, does the Alpine A110. It is a very small type package, is that car. There's a huge engine in the back of it with not much room to fit it in. So it's definitely a car that you'd imagine it would run hot. There's not a huge amount of ventilation there. It's not been as long developed as the Porsches that we see here, the 911 992 GT3 Cup car. I remember when Porsche announced the 992, it was one of the most revolutionary shapes to the Porsche 911, which, as Claire rightly pointed out yesterday, and I agree, a lot of Porsches do look the same because it's been the same shape for a long time, but it's tiny differences these days with different lights and different sort of fins and things, and that's all that the anoraks can spot. And I love the 992. I think it's the best looking version of it to date. But there are certainly a lot of Porsche fanatics out there that will disagree with me. I know that for free. But this Cup car that we have now is the closest it's ever been to a GT3 Cup car, or a GT3 race car, I should say. It is named the GT3, but that doesn't necessarily mean it is GT3 specification. We've got another 5-second penalty coming in now, Claire.
Yes. It's car 20. Enzo Richer has been taking those curbs a little bit too, I was going to say aggressively, but just not sticking on them. So going outside of the track and all four wheels off the, I think they still had the rear there of car number 7. That's Jan Penlu. Yeah. And they are fighting for position, car number 98, which is Sébastien Loeb at the moment. That is for position. And Jan Penlu, the bronze driver behind.
Flashing the lights.
Yeah, was flashing the lights at Sébastien Loeb. Imagine that as a something to put on your CV.
Yeah, I was saying before, I don't know if they're just a massive fan or not of Sebastian and his work, but
hello.
Yeah, like, oh my God, it's my idol. Flash the lights at him. Say hello, notice me. But yeah, very interesting to see that again. Look, it's a very aggressive this from Jan Penlu, considering that they're still over half a second back. So it's not like they're right behind them and like Sebastian's defending or anything. He's just, he's like very nonchalant. Just he's not throwing any defensive moves. He's not changing his lines. He's not showing Jan Penlu that he's noticed the attack from this following car. Interesting to see, though, as they came onto the back straight and they ran wide just a moment ago, how big the drop is from the curb to the rest of the runoff. The car almost sort of ground along it like a skateboard and then had to sort of wait to get back on the circuit rather than damage the inside of the tyre by trying to flick the car back on. They accepted their fate that they'd gone over the curb and just stayed straight to save further dramas, and not a bad call at all. As we look at Loeb's teammate here, car 89, Loic Thiers, currently running in 9th, and it looks like he's on a free practice day at the minute. He's got a lot of clear air around him.
He had a shocking qualifying, didn't he, Loic Thiers? He crashed, I want to say, or something happened during qualifying.
I think
he got in the car in the third qualifying session and spun it.
Yes.
And it was stuck in the gravel, so
He was on the inside of turn 5 facing the traffic, wasn't he? It was quite a scary moment.
Yeah, he spun during qualifying. Just a note on Sébastien Loeb, though, obviously the teammate of the 89-98. It's, I was just thinking about it, not that I wasn't listening to you, but...
I wouldn't blame you if you were.
In rallying, you don't really have to defend.
No.
Because you're on your own. You're setting a time. You have to be a very good driver to do it, and obviously every single margin is perfect. But you're only there with your co-driver. You haven't got another... No. You're not defending for position. You're doing it on a time trial, basically.
Yeah. It's interesting sometimes, though, if you've had an off or had a moment in rally and there's not enough separation, you do sometimes see them fighting, which is very weird.
You do, but that's that's for time.
The premise,
again.
The premise is just that you are out there in the wilderness on your own.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Of course, you do see occasional moments where you do have to see him defend. It's maybe a little bit more rare because it's, like we say, it's a time trial. But yeah, I'm just thinking like how difficult that is, and I'm sure, incredibly experienced driver like Sébastien Loeb, who has been doing this sort of racing for a while now, probably absolutely smashes it and finds it fine. But I wonder what that part of the transition was like, where you suddenly are under a lot more pressure than just going really, really fast.
Yeah, and I think it's a different kettle of fish as well with the actual car, because while the WRC cars of the modern day have huge amounts of downforce and these ridiculous wings and body kits, and a lot of the characteristics of this Porsche that we see on our screen here, it's on a very different surface and it's in a completely different environment where you've not just got a road that is only just wide enough for the car and you're doing 100 miles an hour on, Corsica roads between brick walls and a cliff face. Here, at least, you've got the runoff area of the circuit. You've got a lot more real estate to play with, but even then, he is still robotically on the rails around the track. You can see from the body language of his car when we were looking at it earlier that he's just got this completely unfazed look about his driving, and it's very intriguing to see that he's not fazed at all by the car behind him, and it does look like Jan Penlu is not able to hold a candle to him at the minute. He's just gone half a second quicker, actually, as Loeb. He's seen the attack and he's gone, stuff it, I'm off. And now he's getting away, or at least he has done for the last lap or so. We'll see whether he continues on that way. There is another one of the Porsches.
We've just seen track limits reported for Jan Penlu. So after being quite aggressive behind Sébastien Loeb, he's now been given a ticking off for track limits.
Yeah, making sure that they still do their best to push on, but obviously going slightly over the limit there. And they're going to have to be very careful now to not get an additional 5 seconds added. Car 10 on our screens. Jean-Jacques Ardilly. 11th place, car 10. And they've got Rego Decib behind. Not too far behind as well either, actually. The 17 seems to be recovering after a bit of a shaky start to the race. 2:05.3 was their last lap, and that is, well, 1.4 seconds faster than car 10. There is the 21 Vortex. Now, I was looking at the colours of these cars. Claire and I mentioned them yesterday. One of them seems to have gone a darker orange, and then as a result, one of them's gone a darker red. It's almost like the whole gradient of the three has faded. Yeah. Two of them used to be the same shade of orange, with different markings, and now one's a light orange, one's a dark orange, like this bronze colour, and then the other one is very dark red.
Yeah, I keep getting confused by the 21 and the 20 now, whereas before I kind of tried to distinguish between the 22 and the 21.
Yeah,
now
the 20 was the obvious one.
Yeah, now I'm like, oh no, which one's that one, the 21 or the 20? Because it's a slightly different red, but if you look at it there, it's a similar colour to the 20.
Yeah, absolutely. And a funny thing as well, based on where the cameras are located around the circuit and where the sun is positioned, they look like different colours in different camera shots as well. So forgive us if we get the vortexes mixed up over this race, but we will obviously reference the timing screens and we will give you the valid information when we can. We're already nearly half an hour through this race, and I can't quite believe it's gone that quickly, to be fair. It feels like we've only done about 4 laps. There's still a few personal best sectors coming in, but at present it is Lucas Valka that is leading the race and is still the fastest driver on the circuit. 1:57.6 last time round to Jordan Boisson's 1:58.3, so 0.7 of a second faster on that previous circulation, which means he's now 12 seconds ahead at the front. We continue to watch car 21 here, which is running 10th place overall, Philippe Bonnell, but he's in amongst all the Porsche Cup cars, so even if he did overtake, I say in amongst, there's nobody around him, as you can see, he's in amongst nothing, but the cars around him on the timing screen, if he overtook any of them or lost positions to them, it doesn't change anything regarding his championship points or his class points or anything along those lines. He's not really got much to lose here, so it's just sort of winding it up more and more and trying to get this Vortex to behave itself. Philippe Bonnell is the bronze driver in that team. Lionel Amrouche also actually a bronze driver. Arnaud and Olivier Gomez, both bronze drivers too. The only silver in all of the lineup for all of the Vortexes is actually Enzo Richer in that number 20 car at present, so he's got to sort of uphold the honour of being the quickest on paper of these guys.
Important to mention that we've not got the Vision team here this weekend. They are sitting this one out as one of the drivers, I think it was Jean-Paul Pagnet, I can't remember which one it is away on business this weekend, so not able to be part of the race weekend.
Yeah, big shame not to have them here. They are a fantastic outfit and a lovely bunch of guys as well. They really do add to the positive vibe amongst the paddock. Whereas we have the Renault disappearing now up the road, like that Ferrari often does actually. The RS01 getting on with the job here. 11.3 seconds ahead of the Mercedes in second place. It looks so planted at the moment, does this Renault? Just doesn't really have much body language about it. A lot of the time with GT3 cars, or especially the Porsche Cup cars we've been seeing, there's a lot of characteristics of seeing them move around and really lean on each corner. But in this circumstance, it doesn't really look like they're doing too much in terms of rocking the boat of this car. It just looks so planted and so flat everywhere. So we'll keep our eye out on how this car continues to behave, of course, and whether there are any changes to its behaviour or a drop in pace, because obviously they need to be as consistent as possible. But it looks really beautiful right now, just churning away the lap times by Lucas Valka. Not far off the fastest times as well in each sector, so still near the ultimate pace. And nearly, actually, an entire lap ahead of, is that one of the Vortexes there? The Mercedes there just ahead of the 22 Vortex now. Those two still very close together, actually, just 0.4 of a second. But another warning for the 93 car regarding track limits. Right now, Jordan Boisson 0.6 of a second faster, actually, in that first sector. I think he's seen the Vortex closing in behind him. And he's decided that he's going to try and, well, extend the gap slightly. So right now, just checking the lap times of the Mercedes and the Vortex, 0.6 of a second different, and that was all down to that first sector by Jordan Boisson. We see now the definitely orange Vortex car 22. It's the largest number but the lightest colour, so we know that the colour of the car gets darker the smaller the number. That's the theme we're going to have to stick to here if that can be considered a theme. As, I think Boisson's just gone a bit deep there at turn 7. He lost a bit of time, definitely a few car lengths. It was visually a closing in by the Vortex itself. Fantastic sounding race car, very deep and growly V8. The exhausts look a little bit off kilter there, just to be picky. One of them pointing much lower than the other. They need to sort that out. But right now, that's the least of their worries. They want to keep an eye on that car in front, as here is a driver change, our first of the race for car 18. We've also got Sébastien Loeb in the pit lane as well. And now Luca de Grange in the Alpine coming in. This will be the always exciting Jules Simkowiak getting behind the wheel of the 18 driven Porsche. And there is Sébastien Loeb's car. We've got a time penalty of 5 seconds for car 28. They continue to rack up penalties out there. This is the first one for car 28 for track limits. And it's another one for Jordan Boisson for their third infringement. That is a big, big shame for them, though. We'll have to see whether they can make up for that. I'm sure they can with the pace that they've got. That car is very, very quick. And I'm intrigued to see if they continue making the most of that. As out comes the 98 Porsche, making its way back onto the circuit. I'm sure they will be overly pleased with the fact that they have got that stint out of the way, trouble-free. This is the thing in these races. They all plan for what they want to do in terms of the stints and how it's planned, when they're going to do the driver changes and so on. But you never know with these races. It can very quickly catch up with you. And the 98 is back on track, making its way around turn 7 now. Car 98 with the 7 just behind it, in fact. That's Jan Penlu. So once again, these two right with each other. We've had another warning for track limits for car number 17. The 21 and 28 and 22 are all very close together on the circuit right now, but I think the 21 is almost a lap down on our race leader, unfortunately, in 10th place. There are 5 mandatory pit stops in this race, as opposed to the 4 that we saw in the European Endurance Prototype Cup earlier on in the season. I say earlier on in the season, sorry, I mean, of course, earlier on in the weekend. And it feels like a weekend that's absolutely flown by, to be fair. This 4-hour race is the joint longest race of the weekend that we have with the European Endurance Prototype Cup. And we get all the best parts of these endurance races, with the fact that they all have different paces between all the drivers. They have to try and factor in the time lost for driver changes and refueling and all sorts. You can hear just down the gears there the fantastic sound of the Renault RS01. Big pop and crackle as they go through all the gears. Constant abuse of track limits for car 20, Enzo Riche, reported on lap 18. So Enzo has unfortunately got the wrath of the stewards, and not for the first time this weekend. I think it was in one of the earlier races where Enzo was riling them up slightly with track limits, but as Claire has pointed out to me many a time, he is a driver that's got a lot of character behind him, and if there's anybody that's going to push the limits, it's going to be Enzo, isn't it?
Yeah, I love Enzo.
oh yeah, nothing against him. He's absolutely brilliant.
The problem, but the thing is, because I commentated on his championship season winning last year, we've got an Alpine in. I think you said that earlier.
Yes, the second one in now.
You grow quite attached to seeing them do well.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, we are not hard machines here. We are humans with emotions.
Yeah.
And it's just lovely to see when people do well, and then the fact that he's also then stepped up to the next category as well, which I think is just really lovely to see, and exactly what Ultimate Cup's about as well.
Yeah.
Getting people up into the next category, especially something like the Hoosier Formula Cup. It's to get younger drivers into what they want to be doing, and he wants to be doing endurance racing. And you have to remember, Enzo Riche is only, I think he's 19.
Wow.
I'll have to check how old he is, but he's not an old one.
Yeah,
he's young.
that's for
I
sure.
can't remember how old he is. Let me double check, and I will get back to you on his age.
But you're absolutely right, though. You know, there's characters that we both see here from potentially other series as well.
Can you do the maths? 2006. Well, he's 20. Yeah. He was born in 2006. So he was 19 when I was commentating on him, so that makes sense. Let's head down to Renault, who's in the pit lane with a driver.
Okay, I was just walking down pit lane and I stumbled upon a driver getting out of his car. It seems very early for driver change, Shire Arpal, driver number 18.
Yeah, so we're running a slightly different driver combination because I'm a bronze and Jules is a silver, so we're running just two of us. So we have a bit more stops than the other teams.
So this was a planned stop, and what is the strategy from now on?
Obviously, it's to keep it on the track and try to do as little mistakes as possible. It's very hot and tricky out there, so it's going to be challenging towards the end of the stints.
So you took the start of this race. What did you learn in these first laps in terms of handling of the car, in terms of evolution of the track, and how is it going in the field right now?
Look, we had a really good start. I got up to P2 overall. But obviously the tire deck started to increase throughout the stint, and that made it a bit more tricky to the entry of the corners. So we just have to learn how to manage that.
When will we see you again in this car?
Hopefully not too long, after Jules.
All right, thank you very much, Ayo Apal, driver of number 18 for Driven. Thank you very much.
So Jules is now in the car for Harpal, who we just had a chat to then. There is a full course yellow happening, and that is because car number 89 rather, Loic Thiers, has done what he did in qualifying. So now he's unfortunately beached in the gravel, and that's a tough place to be because you want to not be in the gravel, you want to be out there racing. So a mistake there from Loic Thiers.
The question will be, can they carry on now? That's going to be the question. Can they carry on? I suppose
as in,
should.
Can he, or do you mean as in sporting regulations?
I mean, yeah, by the look of it, the car should be fine to continue on. I imagine it'll be a case of bringing it back to the pits or something. But it's very much beached there, and there's nobody there yet. So I'm intrigued by that. I'm intrigued. We'll see. We will definitely see one way or another. There's a vehicle up there ready to go and get them, but yeah, it's not quite the day at the Spanish beach that you would expect, unfortunately. We are very far from the coast here at Aragon, so not quite the sandy dunes that they would have expected to find that car in. As right now, the whole field subdued. Now running at a slower speed, just for the safety of everyone involved. Obviously they don't want personnel to be, well, especially where they've had to park the vehicle to move the Porsche. They're right on the exit of turn 15. And now the field, as you can see, there's a bunch of them all together at the same part of the circuit there. Two of the Vortexes, two of the Porsches, and one of the Alpines. We've had just over half the field pit so far. We've got 6 cars yet to pit in this race, starting with Jan Penlu, Enzo Richer, Enzo Julie, Jordan Boisson. The top 3 in the UCS1 class, actually, and Enzo Julie, the Porsche leader at the moment. And you can hear, even now, the Vortexes still sound good at about 60 miles an hour, if that. I mean, these guys are probably going, what, 40 miles an hour now, if that at all. But you'll see here from the shot of the number 10, where the recovery vehicle is, it was right off the exit of the circuit. Now, they're going to move the Porsche out of the way, the number 89. I'd imagine that car would carry on. It's not in a case of any sort of damage. It's just been off in the gravel and got beached.
It's unfortunate because he's right next to the runoff area.
Yeah.
So if you just, obviously, it's he's lost the rear to the exit of the corner, isn't he? It's gone away from him, so he's then beached it in the gravel. But yeah, not an ideal place to do it
No.
because it's at turn 15, and if you think of a map as a circle, it's the other end of the circle to get it back from the pit lane.
Yeah,
Unless you got lost at the top of turn 10,
yeah,
there's not really anywhere further that is harder for
No.
it to get back. There might be a runoff in the middle. There might be a little, but either way, it's going to have to cross 2 parts of the track to get there. So I wonder if they can get it re-going in that corner. It's still got its transponder showing that it's sitting at turn 15 at the moment.
Yeah.
So
we could still see it.
It's got going. There you go.
Oh, wonderful.
It just got going. So they've spun it round, they've given it a kick, and it's got back going on the track.
Brilliant stuff. Lovely to see that. And again, it's nice that, you know, a lot of the time a car would be considered out of the race like that, but it's nice that they get the opportunity to continue on. At the end of the day, it's a 4-hour race. There's no hiding the fact we haven't got the largest grid of cars here, so they like to hold on to what cars we do have and keep them running in the race. It'll probably come into the pits just to be checked over. Obviously, they'll try and scoop all the gravel out of it because it was quite deep into the gravel, and then they will hope to continue it on. But you can see now the lights flashing on the Alpine. That basically means that they are on the pit limiter. That's what the speed that they run to. They program the pit limiter to be a set speed for whatever circuit they're at because it changes all around the world. And then when they're on that,
3,
a lot of the cars...
2, 1, full course yellow's ending.
Nice, nicely done.
Thank you.
But yeah, a lot of cars have the design that they have a strange light flash pattern to say that, look, I'm on my pit lane speed limiter, I'm going slowly. Ferrari started it a long time ago, and since then, actually no, I think BMW started it with the Z4. I think that was the first GT car to do it. Nerdy little fact, but yeah, they...
you with a nerdy fact?
You would have thought it.
No.
Oh, goodness me. Then again, I don't know anything, so I've got to try and bust out the facts when I can. Still, race is back underway now, and we are over 45 minutes of the way through, and the sun is still bearing down on this circuit. Very, very much so. Beautiful scenery in the background here, as we've alluded to a few times this weekend. And you can see, actually, you could just catch a glimpse of it there. I mentioned earlier on in the show that the Mercedes looks like it had come under gunfire because of all the gravel that's almost pierced the windscreen. There's so many little cracks and chips, and their pit stop is now under investigation. So there's not just cracks and chips in the windscreen, there's cracks and chips in the plan and the pit stop procedure that they've done. But the car looks, well, it looks like it's got a polka dot windscreen. It's pretty crazy. We often see that over in my other bread and butter of truck racing because the machines are obviously very flat at the front. As soon as they go through the gravel, it's just like flying into a brick wall. But you can see it, look. The dots all over the windscreen. They're like bullet holes where the gravel has smashed against the front of the car. But it's not mainly cracked the windscreen, so they're still fine to run that and continue with it as it is. It looks like Renault is about to prepare for an interview for us in the background, so we'll be probably coming to him in a few minutes.
Yeah, looks like he's about to speak to car number 17.
Yes, I can never mistake the McDonald's
branding that they have. I appreciate this because when you see Renault, you will see him up on his knees, and he looks like he's about to propose.
Yes, yeah, we may be able to, just about to do the first marriage here at Motorland Aragon.
Let's head over and see our first marriage between these guys.
Alors, je suis avec le pilote de la numéro 17, RR Racing by Racivity, Régis Régaud de Sébastien. Vous n'avez pas l'air fatigué du tout.
Un peu quand même. Je transpire beaucoup. Moi, je suis un peu fatigué en plus. Physiquement, c'était compliqué. Et il fait chaud dans la voiture. J'ai fait un départ de course plutôt moyen, puis vers la fin, ça revenait un peu. J'étais plus dans le rythme, mais je pense que mon poids joue physiquement. Si je pesais 20 kg de moins, ce serait beaucoup mieux. Je pense que j'aurais une cadence un peu meilleure. Voilà.
Est-ce que c'est un circuit qui est particulièrement physique, qui est particulièrement éprouvant par rapport aux autres du calendrier en Ultimate Cup?
Je trouve pas plus que les autres, mais par contre, il est super intéressant à faire. C'est vraiment un circuit magnifique, avec quand même rapides, avec des endroits très rapides, avec des freinages très intenses. J'ai trouvé ça plutôt, c'est un circuit que j'aime beaucoup. Oui. Voilà.
Et on a vu beaucoup de pilotes dans cette course et même dans les courses précédentes dépasser les limites de piste.
Je l'ai fait 3 fois.
Ah, 3 fois déjà, donc ça veut dire que vous avez déjà une pénalité?
Non, je crois pas. Non, j'ai pas de pénalité pour l'instant. Non, je l'ai fait 3 fois. Ouais.
Et est-ce que dans la stratégie de course, on prend en compte ces pénalités et ces limites de piste?
Ah ben oui, la prochaine fois que je reprends la voiture, je vais faire attention. Voilà, je vais essayer de pas en faire. Au Canut, j'en ai pas fait, puis là, bon, je me suis laissé aller, alors que j'étais pas obligé de les faire. Quoi, voilà. Ça me servait à rien, ça m'a pas fait gagner de temps. Voilà.
Alors, pilote de l'équipe RR Racing by Racivity, parlez-nous un peu de cette équipe et du travail que vous faites avec vos coéquipiers.
Benjamin Le Sen, qui hier a fait la pole position des Porsche, qui est un pilote super, qui lui même nous briefe, qui nous On prend ses datas, on essaie de se rapprocher de lui. Bon, j'en suis tellement loin. Bon, on a choisi le plus rapide. Bon. Mais non, il nous sert beaucoup, il nous apprend beaucoup de choses. On est dans une équipe vraiment structurée comme des pros. Je me sens très à l'aise dans cette équipe. Tous les gens sont sympas. On est en plénitude pour faire les choses bien. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup, Régis Rigaud de Sébastien. For the English speakers, it was very hard start of the race. You see how hot it is here in Spain. You see how much sweat is on the face of this driver. But at the end of the stint, it was getting faster and faster, and he's getting used to this car. And he was talking about the teamwork within RR Racing by Ractivity and how close they are between drivers. Merci beaucoup, Régis Rigaud de Sébastien.
So do you think that's our first engagement that we could have seen there? I think he got turned down.
Yeah, I think so.
Renault's going to have to.
So much so, he's taken his chair elsewhere actually to walk away.
You can't see the screen, but the driver got up and moved away. Actually, he's gone back to see the timing screen.
Took the chair elsewhere.
I like they've got. You can't see it right at the moment, so it's a bit boring to say it. But they've got bean bags.
Yeah.
For the bean bags, I did not know there were some bean bags in there. I want to go to steal a bean bag.
Oh, I think I'd fall asleep in this commentary box with the aircon on in a bean bag.
Yeah, no, that's true. With the aircon on. Aircon keeps you awake. Right, we've got some penalties to bring you. Jordan Boisson, 5-second time penalty, car number 28. That beautiful Mercedes that seems to run into so many issues. We saw them cause a red flag during qualifying with Jordan Boisson beaching it in quali, which brought out the red flag, which actually then made him pick up a penalty as well. So difficult for the car number 28, and now they've got a 5-second time penalty for the 4th infringement of track limits. And also, bear with me, car number 17, car number 37, car number 89, 37 is our race leader, are also under investigation for full course yellow procedure. Car number 37, like I said, is the leading car at the moment. Car number 89 is Anthony Beltoise, who is down in 12th and actually is in the pit lane at the moment, just coming out on his out lap. And car number 17 is, oh no, you know who it is? Daniel. Car number 17. Wojcinski.
Oh, Wojcinski.
I said it right that time.
Yes.
Daniel, you've got a brilliant name, and I am just a pure, straight-up idiot. So Daniel Wojcinski in the Porsche, running 9th at the moment. So they have all, they're all under investigation for a full course yellow procedure. So I would assume that's probably, oh, I hate assuming because sometimes you get it wrong, but it will be something like the restart being a bit wrong, either like you can't jump the restart or maybe overtaking under the full course yellow.
Yeah.
Could be one, or it could be going too slow or too fast. There's all different things.
I'd imagine too fast.
I would assume too fast.
More than too slow, because if they're going too slow, then it's their own fault for losing time, I guess.
Yeah, but you can get in trouble for holding people up, can't you? Anyway, we don't know. We are assuming. So we will find out soon what the stewards say about that. But for now, we can say that there is a 5-second time penalty for the Mercedes of Jordan Boisson at the moment.
Yeah, it's a big shame, but it is what it is. At the end of the day, we've seen drivers in the past say, you know, these are the rules. If we don't adhere to them, we get the penalties.
Enzo Juli is in the car number 71 in the Porsche, leading the Porsche class, but also 2nd overall. I don't know, I was not watching long enough to see if there was a driver swap there. I think it might still be Enzo Juli. We'll see. No, it's Pierre Martinen has switched over. So there was a driver, because I saw them shut the door, and they don't often do that unless a driver really says, I'm hot.
Yeah, have a drink, please.
So, yeah, so Enzo Juli has exited the car, and the man that makes the best salads in France has got in.
And we saw him at lunch actually as well, didn't we?
Yes, saw him taking. He had a very fetching shirt on.
Yeah, we obviously we have the adverts that run here in our broadcasts for the series, so we're used to seeing and hearing this gentleman on our screens. But now he's out there on the circuit. But I saw him at lunch, and it was the first time I saw him. I didn't see him at Mugello, so to see him in person after seeing his face so many times on the adverts and on our videos, it was I was quite starstruck actually.
Yeah, it was an interesting one because Sébastien Loeb was also standing next to him, and I found it amazing how you were like, He makes the salads, and he's
Yeah,
it's
I
great.
called him salad bloke.
He's
as well.
he does have a name, Pierre. But no, he's been with us for much of the championship. Bit of a slide there, getting used to the car for number 37. Oh, it's Lucas Valkyrie actually, who's been out there for a while. So I wonder if having a few issues with the tyres. Not sure. I think it was just a slide at the rear end actually.
Yeah.
But yes, Pierre, been with us for a while. Sponsors us here. We are so grateful to have him on the grid and joining us. And yeah, you were starstruck. It was nice to see. Drive-through penalty then for car number 28, Jordan Boisson. Constant abuse of track limits. That is that Mercedes that's causing all sorts of issues out there at the moment. But yeah, Pierre Martinet, it's good to have you on board. Thank you for your wonderful catering and being on board with Ultimate Cup, and we love to see you racing out there.
Absolutely, and also what makes a fantastic livery on the Porsche as well, the metallic green. Not just looking good on this RS01, but of course looking fantastic on
I love that.
71
Yeah,
Porsche.
it's a really beautiful colour.
It's quite classy because
like a racing green, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's the fact that the livery isn't too busy either. I like quite a simple livery with just some logos on it. I think it looks fantastic on that Porsche. Really shows off the shapes of it, and it gives you an idea of the metallic green on it as well, because a lot of the time it seems we've seen it in this. I mean, the RS01 that we just saw there, it had wonderful metallic parts on it, but only just certain sections of it, so it doesn't give you an idea of the full shape of the car. We get a full shape of this thing, don't we? A full idea of the shape, the vortex.
Well, I was looking at that actually, because obviously a lot of people that go racing have to get a lot of sponsors, and that's why they've got busy cars. And of course, we appreciate that. If you could look at the vortex compared to the Porsche behind of 89, the 89's got a lot more sponsors on it of Anthony Beltoise. Because of the very different ways that they're running the championship, obviously, and a bit of a twitch there for Anthony Beltoise. But yes, if out of choice you want to see less sponsors because you want to see the more beauty of the car, but also you can understand, why they've got the sponsor stickers on there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the mix of it. I mean, we had it earlier on in the GT Sprint Cup as well. There's the Audi R8s, for example. One of them has got just a funny livery with Wile E. Coyote all over it.
I love that livery.
Oh, I adore it. But just as contrast, one's got that on it, and the other one is a full racing livery with all the logos and all the team branding and so on. It's great to have that. And then even on a contrast to Wile E. Coyote, in Rene Arau's machine, is the Ferraris that are just white. One's white, one's red. Simple as that.
I think they're privately owned, aren't they, the Ferraris?
Yes.
So I think
CMR and SR&R are both privately owned.
So I think that's always slightly different when it's not a team running it and a driver sponsor of the team. It's more about the driver owns the car. So probably if you own a Ferrari, you
don't need sponsors.
I didn't say that.
I did.
Everyone could do with a little bit of help. But probably you wouldn't want to put a big sticker over your Ferrari, would you? You probably have sponsors, but maybe sponsors in different ways. Anyway, we're getting into the semantics of having sponsors.
Own a race team,
and neither of us know anything really about it, apart from the fact some people have stickers on them because they need the money from sponsors, and that's it, really.
Yeah.
And some people have Ferraris. There you go. That's it.
Some people need money, some people own Ferraris. That's how we've summed up the world of supercar ownership, the world of motorsport. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh dear.
Funny little side note, actually. We let's think
about that side note.
Let's go for a side note in
French,
shall we? Let's see Renault.
On laisse passer des pneumatiques et on va interviewer Thibaut Carrel, pilote de la numéro 10 pour Mirage Racing. Une voiture qui est bien placée, je la voyais à l'instant, 10e du général. Comment se passe cette course ?
Plutôt très bien, le départ a été safe, mais avec un bon rythme. Il fait très chaud encore une fois dans la voiture, moins qu'à Portimao, mais les conditions sont quand même très bonnes. Donc on est parti sur un bon rythme, on essaie de préserver les pneus pour essayer d'être performant sur la durée, quoi.
Est-ce qu'il y a une stratégie en particulier à adopter justement en fonction de cette chaleur ? On vient de voir Régis Rigaud-Decebes qui était épuisé, en tout cas qui était en sueur après un run d'une demi-heure. Comment vous vous préparez-vous ?
De la même manière, donc effectivement le Jean-Jacques qui vient de descendre dans la voiture était quand même très fatigué effectivement de son relais. Donc on essaye d'adopter un rythme qui est peut-être un peu moins soutenu mais qui permet de maintenir la cadence. Beaucoup s'hydrater comme d'habitude, ça c'est hyper important pour que le relais soit constant et régulier, quoi.
On vous retrouve dans combien de temps au volant?
Bah, je vais faire le prochain relais. Donc on va voir en fonction de ce qui se passe en piste, mais bon, ça va être d'ici une vingtaine ou trentaine de minutes.
Quel est l'objectif pour cette équipe Mirage?
L'objectif, on reste humble et modeste. On est 3 pilotes bronze, donc le but, c'est vraiment nous d'éviter de faire des erreurs lors des ravitaillements, de ne pas perdre de temps dans le changement de pilote, de ne pas faire d'erreurs en piste. Après, à la régulière, bon, on ne peut pas jouer grand-chose, mais si tout se passe bien, avec un peu l'effet de course comme ça, on peut espérer peut-être aller, soyons un peu fous, un top 5 en Porsche, ce serait quand même un super résultat pour nous.
Et justement, on parle avec des équipages qui mélangent des silvers, des bronzes. On nous explique comment les silvers, des fois, aident les bronzes à progresser. Et 3 pilotes bronze, comment ça se passe? Et au sein de cette équipe Mirage, comment se crée la cohésion entre 3 pilotes bronze?
Eh ben, du coup, on essaye d'extrapoler sur ce qu'on pourrait imaginer faire de mieux. Effectivement, le fait d'avoir une référence avec les silver, ça aide sur 2 points en particulier, du driving pur et aussi sur le réglage de la voiture. Et effectivement, le fait qu'on soit 3 bronzes, parfois il faut imaginer, se dire ok, ben là peut-être qu'on peut faire ça. Mais bon, mais on reste sur une cohésion, on est très soudés. Bien sûr, quand on fait les débriefs, on les fait à tous, on essaie de brainstormer. Ce qui rend aussi peut-être plus humain, on va dire, ou plus familial l'expérience.
For English speakers, the number 10 car is currently 10th in the race. The objective is to reach the end of this race. 3 bronze drivers at the wheel, so no silvers to bring them to the very top, but with the different incidents in this race, they can manage to do a top 5 finish, and they will have to compose with the heat today, which will be a factor. Thibaut Caraï, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much et on se revoit tout à l'heure.
See you soon.
Thank you, Renault. That was interesting. We are going to go for a short little break here with
Already
2 hours 56, an hour and 3 hours still to go. Make sure you stay with us.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Welcome back to Motorland Aragon, and welcome back to the 4-hour endurance race here as part of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. And we are already 1 hour into this race, full of beautiful GT cars, spanning from the world of GT3s to prototype-like machines. We have Porsche Cup cars and also even Alpine A110 Cups in our midst. And as mentioned, just over an hour in to this race so far. We look here at car 22, which is on the road as our race leader at the moment. This is Arnaud Gomez, who has taken over from brother Olivier. We have Jules Simkoviak in second position now, with Jordan Boisson in the Mercedes in third. We have a bit of an alternation between the UCS 1 class and the Porsche Cup class. So it's one then the other, all the way down to 6th place. Then Pierre Martinet is currently the driver, ruining the symmetry with Christophe Duino behind the wheel of the Renault RS01, which was leading the race earlier on, leading very comfortably from the front, but due to different sort of penalties and things that they have to serve in the pits, they have different additional wait times as a bit of a balancing act for the timings. They've had to wait a little bit longer in the pits, and obviously that's put them back into the middle of the pack. But I'm sure we'll see. Well, as I say that, Christophe Duino has moved ahead of Pierre Martinet just now, so they can carry on. Keeping an eye now on all of the times that are coming in, and we've had a personal best from Anthony Beltoise.
Sorry, did we mention that car 17 has got a stop-go penalty?
We did not know.
Speeding under the full course yellow.
Oh,
so there you go. That was...
Yeah.
So car number 28 has been told to report to the stewards. Car number 10, track limits, has been reported again. And car number 17, which is running 8th at the moment, the Porsche of Daniel Brzezinski, has got a stop-go 10-second penalty for speeding under the full course yellow. And that was one of the 3. And one of the other ones, there we go, was our leader, our net overall leader. Car number 37 has got a stop and go 10-second penalty for speeding as well under the safety car, which is what we said we thought it could be, speeding.
Yeah, unfortunately they've been caught out with that one, but you know, these guys run it right up to the limit with what they can get away with, and unfortunately these guys have all been noted for it. It's not often that they go under investigation for doing nothing. So I imagine we'll probably see the 89 receive that as well. The 89 was in the gravel earlier and brought out said full course yellow. So maybe in getting up to speed, that car has gotten speeding as well.
There was another one. What was the other one? 17, 37 and 89.
Which was the car that went off.
Which is the car that was Anthony Beltoise.
Which is why I'm confused how it was done speeding, maybe in catching up to the pack. I mean, they don't catch up to the pack in the same way that a normal safety car procedure would work, but obviously they still have to push to get up to speed. So I wonder if they've just overdone it on their way there. We've got one car in the pit lane at the moment, which is De Brabant in car 123, the Alpine, currently running 13th overall, but first in class. Just the two Alpines with us this weekend in their class. And we have on screen right now the Renault RS01, which was the race leader earlier on, Christophe Duino behind the wheel, Jules Simkoviak just behind on the circuit, but nearly a lap ahead. We've had a warning for track limits for car 17 as well now, so Wyszynski is, well, still showing he's just coming out of the pit lane as well, so he must have done that quite soon on. Intriguing, he's done that in his first lap. Pierre Martinet, unfortunately, the bronze driver, he is dropping down the order here. It was an amazing first stint by Enzo Giuli, but as is the way in endurance racing, the pace between drivers can be very different. So we've obviously had a switch in the pace now with Pierre at the wheel, with no disrespect meant, of course. But like I said, Claire, that's just how it works in these things sometimes, isn't it? We see it in the Endurance Prototype Cup as well, and we see it in all of these races with multiple drivers in one car.
I wasn't listening.
I adore the honesty, though.
I have no idea what you were saying.
I was just talking about the fact that we have such different pace between some of the drivers in these cars. And how it makes the race interesting.
Yes, of course, because we have different categories in terms of our bronze and silver drivers, and the silver drivers, in the way that they're categorized with their racing license. The more you've done, the more experience you have. So if you become a silver driver, it means that you've either won more championships that have a higher silver rating, and the bronze tends to be more of a gentleman driver, so someone that maybe pays their own way because they want to go racing themselves, but they can still get a racing license, still have to pass all the tests, but just racing under a different thing. Or sometimes it's your age. If you're a little bit of an older person driving, you get categorized as, let's not go into the ins and outs of gentleman drivers, but yes, as in the name, gentleman drivers. But we'll save that for another day. But that's how it tends to work. So silver drivers tend to have either, someone like, actually, I don't know what is Sébastien Loeb gold or
he is gold.
He is gold. Yeah. So obviously, So someone like Nicolas Prost as well, who races in the prototype, a gold racing driver. They've raced a lot of things and been in and out of a lot of championships, won championships, world records, blah blah blah.
I think. Sorry, Claire. I think Prost is even platinum.
Oh yes, he is a platinum. He is a platinum. Yeah. And platinum is drivers like Jenson Button, things like that. They're platinum drivers.
I was going to say, I remember one of them being platinum, but I didn't remember if it was him or not, so I just wanted to check. Sorry.
Yes, I think Nicolas Prost is platinum, you're right.
It's crazy because we see, 5-second time penalty for car 89, Beltoise. They were waiting for a penalty for something else, quite funnily enough, but now they've ended up with this one. So car 89 with another 5 seconds. We believe that they are serving these 5 seconds in the pit stops, though, aren't they? It's only if they get it in the final stint that we will see the time added onto their race time, like we see elsewhere, isn't it?
Yes.
So that is their third infringement of track limits as well that has brought that out. So that's not even to do with the investigation for the full course yellow that we saw earlier. We have the Mercedes on screen now, car 28. We've had a driver change. No, we've not had a driver change in that yet one. Sorry, it's Jordan Boisson still behind the wheel. The Alpine car 123 is still sat in the pit lane, and it is just sat there not doing anything at the moment. Oh, there we go. I couldn't see there was. It's on another screen, so apologies. I know that everyone watching will hear me talking about something that you can't see, but it was just sat there in the pit lane, and the camera was so perfectly placed the other side of the car that I couldn't see the team member holding the lollipop waiting for them to get moving when the minimum time for the pit stop had counted up, and they have now resurfaced onto the circuit. We have one car in the pit lane at the moment, which is car 37, the Renault of Christophe Duino. They'll be doing their stop and go penalty, which they had earlier, 10-second stop and go. I imagine car 17 will be serving theirs as well soon. That's Daniel Wyszynski, as we see the Mercedes breezing its way past one of the Alpines. Amazing pace difference between these two cars, but great to see them all in the same race. That's what makes this so interesting, is the spread not just between the drivers, but the different categories of race car as well that we get. But quite an entertaining race so far. still a decent amount going on. Like we've said, you know, oh, we've had, there we go, there's the penalty for 89 that they were waiting for, and it is not one that they would have wanted to wait for either. On lap 37, car 89 not only has the 5-second penalty for track limits, but they have a 30-second stop-go for speeding under full course yellow. So not only did they cause the full course yellow, but they have now been done for speeding under it, as they have a bit of a teammate battle going on there between the two, 98 and 89. Funnily enough, it's the 89 overtaking the 98. Anthony Beltoise moving in front there. Beltoise, car 89 has the pink wing mirrors, whereas the other car has the bright orange wing mirrors. Gabriel Pimon is second place overall right now, so he's hardly trundling. But the 89 machine is doing much quicker laps. Jules Simkoviak into the pit lane, car 18. Wondering why that might be, because they didn't get a penalty or have anything like that. Wonder whether they're just getting another pit stop out of the way. We did see them change drivers after just half an hour of the race, so we'll see if they do that a second time. But the two teammates running together on the circuit right now, 89 and 98, lovely to see it. Nice bit of flying formation from these two very well-dressed cars. Interesting lineups in both teams as well, with Loic Thiers, Anthony Beltoise and Cyril Sellet in the 89, Sébastien Loeb, Laurent Gaudy and Gabriel Pimon in the 98. So I'm intrigued to see what they can do with the bronze drivers in their lineups a little bit later on into the race. Anthony Beltoise is their silver driver, so that's why he is suddenly picking the 89 car back up to more of a pace, as we see the 98 attacking, but 89 back into the pit lane now, I imagine to serve the very long stop and go that they have accumulated. Car 93 is also on its way into the pits. Marc Lopez in the Alpine. Those two are still fighting together, those two teammate cars, in their, quite literally in a class of their own, you could say. Arnaud Gomez continues to lead outright as well in the 22 Vortex. The car that won last time out at Portimao had a huge accident at Mugello in, I believe it was during qualifying, wasn't it? It wasn't in the race, and brought out the quite a lengthy red flag with a barrier repair and recovering the car. Luckily, Monsieur Gomez was okay, and back out again for Portimao, and like I say, taking the victory. A fantastic way to bounce back from the worst possible result in the other round. As we see now the RS01 all over the back of the number 10 Porsche. These two are actually fighting for position as well. Lionel Rigaud, who I believe used to be a racer in Clio Cup. I recognise his name from that. The Rigaud name was in a few series to do with Clios and even the Alpines, actually, although he's now coming to the pit lane, so he's put this battle to bed. And Christophe Duino goes through. Car behind him is Lionel Amrouche, car 21 in the Vortex, only 1.8 seconds behind. So we've still got cars close together here, having a fight. But we keep our eyes on the 37.
Who is still out there at the moment, aren't they? 37 down
in
seventh
now.
At the moment.
It's quite a contrast to the first stint, isn't it? But I believe that's down to them having to extend their pit stop as part of the whole balancing act, you know.
Yes, the other thing, when you are a more experienced driver, you get penalties, which just so that everyone is a bit more equal, and it doesn't just, otherwise if you just put a load of good drivers in with not so experienced drivers, then you just get the experienced drivers winning all the time, so they have to almost give them a penalty for being too good.
Very true.
93's then in as well, comes in from 13th out there. Marc Lopez in the pit then, and is going to switch over. Marc Lopez gets out, and in comes, trying to read his thing there, but I couldn't quite read it. I'm afraid.
We've seen Tom Verdi so far, so it'll probably be Benoit
Poulin. I would assume getting in that car.
Oh, handily now we see the names on the side of the car. on the pillar there. I do love these Alpine A110s. They're wonderful little looking cars and very nippy as well, very nimble. As I said during the qualifying sessions yesterday, one of the Vortexes has had a spin up there. Is it the dark red one, the dark orange one, or the light orange one? Either way,
I think it's 21.
It did look like a darker colour.
Turn 15, it is the car number 20, which currently has Roland. Yeah, and that's... There's only 2 drivers in the car 20, so it'll either be Enzo or his teammate. It's actually his teammate, so...
Oh, yeah, because do we not have a Papin?
Hasn't been here at all.
Papin, no, we do not.
Because we couldn't make the joke.
Yeah, it just struck me then. I couldn't remember which one of the I knew that one of the Vortexes lost a driver, but I was concerned that it was one of the ones with 2 drivers in. That would have been a difficult afternoon at the office, wouldn't it? Car 28 is reported to the stewards for constant abuse of track limits. Again.
Constant abuse.
It is just continuous, and I like this wording from Race Control.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before.
No, I haven't.
Constant abuse of track limits.
Brilliant.
It is, that's the second car to get a...
I don't know what you're looking at, because that's not on the screen.
It just came up a moment ago.
Yeah, it's disappeared. Usually,
it was just before the yellow flag came out for car 20.
Car 20 getting track limits reported at turn 9 after spinning at turn 15. They've had a lap. So pretty much all the cars in the top 14, bar 4 of them, are in the pit lane.
Oh yeah, quite a flurry.
So a very busy pit lane at the moment. Not all of them will be in the pit lane. They could be refueling as well. So it's dependent where exactly they are within the pit lane vicinity. But not on the racetrack is what you need to know. The leader is now Jordan Boisson in the Mercedes car number 28, who has an asterisk next to their pit stop, and which is concerning because they haven't done a pit stop yet according to the minimum pit stop. It says 5 out of 5, but they've also got the asterisk next to it, so it usually means their pit stop is under investigation. It could mean because they have a stop go. So it might mean that one of their stops will have to be an asterisk because they're going to have to come in and do an extra stop. Is the only thing I could think of from that.
They were one of a few cars that came in during the full course yellow as well. I think that with the field being at a reduced pace, a number of them saw that as an opportunity to gain time at the end of the day. I think that's why the Renault dropped quite a bit more time than usual, is that they were already done with their pit stop before the full course yellow. So while the rest of the cars were still at full speed, they were sat still in the pit lane. Just coming back to the refueling as well, to reiterate that the fueling is not done in the pit lane. There's a separate area.
You might be able to see it in the top right in a minute. It's just at the top right of the...
there's a tiny black tent just on the far side, and they've got all the sort of fuel bowsers and things there. And they've got their wonderful little... It's almost like a little drive-through, isn't it, on the way in into the...
Not sure
paddock.
You can get a burger or a coffee from it.
That'd be great if you could.
Can't get around there. It's all, especially when cars are out on track, you are very much told not to go anywhere near the refueling. Safety is priority for racing as always. Car number 17 then in the pit lane at the moment. You did an
Just a lovely shot, isn't it?
Oh, right. Yeah, it's a very good.
The aperture of that looks
it's
fantastic.
Also almost like they know that there's going to be that the timing screen on the left, and they left a perfect amount of space.
That is when you know a good cameraman is when they accommodate for the timing tower.
Yeah, Antoine is brilliant out there. Been out there all weekend, he has, braving it through 4 hours of racing, and all the other...
Sorry.
Go on.
I was going to say, still holding that shot as well.
No, I can see it, top left,
Quite funnily posted as well,
with
though.
The Mercedes now.
With the Porsche sat there, the Mercedes door opened and it looked like a completely different livery on the same car, but obviously the big golden arches adorning the side of car 17.
Jordan Boisson then in the pit lane as well, who was leading the way, and I don't know if they're going to take the stop and go. No, because you'd have to come back in, I think, to do a stop go. I don't think you can I don't think you can serve it like that.
No. No, I think it has to be
another
during,
stop.
They can't do the pit stop and then just sit there for 30 seconds. I don't think it has to be another visit through the pit lane, so it provides full severity. Car 98 back in.
Why can't you just add the time on though? You know how long a pit lane is. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm not getting involved. I don't know.
We had a yellow flag out for a moment there, but no notice of where a car was off or where the issue was. But we suddenly went back to green flag once again. I'm keeping my eye out to see where car 22 is because their transponder has stopped at turn 16 at the moment. But yeah, there is a bit of a grey area down there with that car. I've seen it stop there a few times during the race, so they are still circulating. They've just crossed the line now. The 71 I've just seen coming into the pit lane, Pierre Martinet behind the wheel of that car. He's had a very it was him. He's had a very slow middle sector. He was like 20 seconds off the rest of the field in the middle sector. So as
it's a long car, isn't it?
The Mercedes.
Yeah, it's got a very long bonnet.
Oh, it's an incredible bit of kit. The first versions of the car, I think they've got the 4.5 litre V8 in now, but the first versions of the AMG GT3, especially the race car, was developed from the SLS GT3 Mercedes, which had an even longer front bonnet on it and a massive 6.5 litre V8 in the front. A very, very big engine and an absolute tank of a car. But that's why, I mean, part of why Jordan lost it yesterday would have been the fact that because it's got so much weight at the front end, obviously it goes up against the likes of McLarens and Ferraris and Audis that have the engine in the middle, so a lot more balanced. These cars with engines up front like the Mercedes, the BMWs, even the Lexus RCFs, GT3 cars, they have a lot of front downforce as a result, and they make them very tail happy to make sure that they can lug that weight around at the front. And I think the Mercedes just had so much front end on it yesterday that it easily spun around, and Jordan just wasn't able to hold onto the rear end. He was really pushing in that first sector. 2.5 hours left to go, and I believe we're ready for an interview with one Sébastien Loeb.
Et je suis avec Sébastien Loeb du GP Racing Team. Sébastien Loeb qui a pris le départ. Mais avant, on a vu là le changement de pilote, Laurent Godet qui a pris le volant. Et on a vu du travail sur l'aileron arrière. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
Ouais, on a ajusté un peu. La voiture est assez délicate à conduire, on va dire. Avec la chauffe des pneus, la tendance est de se dégrader de l'arrière. Pas mal de survirages. Donc moi, je me suis adapté, mais je sais que pour les autres pilotes, c'est un peu plus compliqué. Donc, on a préféré remettre un cran d'aileron pour essayer de stabiliser un petit peu l'arrière.
C'est-à-dire que les conditions ont changé entre hier et aujourd'hui. Est-ce que c'est dû à la chaleur? On sent que ça tape fort aujourd'hui, peut-être plus qu'hier encore.
Ouais, c'est la chaleur, mais c'est aussi les longs runs en fait, où les pneus continuent à monter en pression en permanence. Sur les essais, on fait beaucoup plus de stops, etc. Donc on n'a pas fait de longs runs de 35 ou 40 minutes comme là, et on se rend compte que sur les fins de relais, c'est difficile. Donc voilà, on a essayé d'adapter un petit peu.
Alors on va revenir sur le début de cette course. Vous avez pris le départ et vous avez laissé la voiture en tête de sa catégorie Porsche Cup. Vous êtes encore très très bien classé, même avec les changements de pilote. Quels sont
Sorry, I believe we had a slight technical there. The camera just cut out for a moment. If we get Renault back, I will let you know. And hopefully we can conclude the interview with Sébastien. Always great to hear from him, even if I don't understand a word he's saying. But it's lovely to have him as part of the paddock, really championing this series and doing wonders for the drivers and teams around him. We've got the 98 on our screen now as well, the car that he is competing in this weekend. It's Laurent Godet behind the wheel, making their way round turn 2 up to 3 over the crest of the hill. You get an idea of just how lovely this circuit is. You can see so much of it from a lot of different places actually. It's a very wide and open track. We've got car 123. Team manager, it says team manager reported to race control, but I think they're asking the team manager to report to race control. I think that's a lost in translation situation there. But the car 123 is the Alpine, the A110. Luca de Grange. Patrick Charlet now leads the race outright in the Mercedes in the UCS1 category. Christophe Duino's second place in the Renault, followed by Olivier Gomez. Olivier back in the car now after Arnaud Gomez was in earlier on. And then Lionel Amrouche, fourth place, but in the pits in car 21 right now. Or apparently so. As we have on screen now the 20, taking the 98. Those two fighting for position. Laurent Gaudy overtaken by anyone but Enzo Richer. Of course, Enzo making the move, getting it done as soon as possible. But now, look, the Vortex trying to use its straight line speed against the Porsche. The Porsche in the slipstream, just able to keep up at the top end. And he's managed to stay in front down towards turn 16 there. Only just, though. The Porsche very good on the brakes by the look of it. Personal best from the number 10 car last time round, Thibaut Caray, doing his personal best time, 2:02.7. The driver in that car earlier was Jean-Jacques Ardely. We also have Lionel Rigaud still in the pits waiting. Actually, he's had his turn. I do apologise. He's been out in the car already as Lionel Rigaud, but didn't do a particularly long stint. I'm just keeping an eye on where the two Alpines are together. They've both done 3 stops, but it looks like they're about 2 laps apart, unfortunately. I was hoping that they would continue on with their fight and be close to one another on the circuit. Good little cars, them, aren't they, Claire? I do like those Alpines.
You said, yeah, a couple of times you like the Alpine. It's
I've got a soft spot for it.
Yeah, this Mercedes looks a bit lonely at the moment, doesn't it? In just after coming out of the pit lane, Enzo Richer is back behind the wheel of car number 20. So they are doing a bit different from what they did, I think, in commentary, in qualifying. Because didn't they do? I just feel like he was in the car a lot. Maybe I'm thinking of a different race. Yes, the Alpine is great. Sorry, is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
I got distracted by some driver changes, which I always find really interesting.
Yeah, we've had a few in the last few laps.
Yeah, in theory, that Mercedes is leading the way, but again, they've still got the stop-go penalty, I believe, to take. And team manager of 123's been told to head to race control, which means that you might get in trouble for something.
Yeah. Maybe the was it not that car that had the? Oh no, it wasn't them that had a spin or anything earlier, was it? They were not anyone that sort of fell by the wayside.
Mm-hmm.
And apologies, we've got a lack of car audio at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to say it sounds quite quiet.
Yeah, since the interview camera died, we've
lost that ambiance.
Yeah, we've lost. Yeah, we name it ambiance here, and we do not currently hear cars. Hopefully, we will hear them very soon, but we shall see. I think it was turned down in the interest of the interview, obviously being the main source of audio. So we'll see what we can do about that. We have the 37 Renault back on our screen. The RS01 now back up into second position with 24 seconds to the car ahead. Patrick Charlet in the Mercedes, flying right now. Just having a quick look at the times to see who is the fastest at the moment on track, and it looks like the quickest car out there is Enzo Richer in the Vortex. Benjamin Lessen as well, by the way, doing a 1:58 last time round. He was even quicker than Enzo, actually, on his 40th lap of the race. We've had a warning for track limits for car 21, which is Philippe Bonnell. He's on his way out of the pit lane as well, so has just managed to get back on track and straight off the track limits, unfortunately for him. And we now have car audio back, which is lovely to hear. Like I say, I think from a full disclosure perspective, it was turned down for the interview so we could listen to that. And then when the interview unfortunately was cut short, we've been unable to have it back on since then. We we have the Renault RS01 still circulating here in second place and catching by about 3 seconds a lap. Christophe Duino on a real mission. He is still a bronze driver, but he's chasing an AM driver down. I think AM is when they aren't even classified as bronze in the whole FIA certification and classification. Patrick Charlet is classified as an AM driver, but he's joined by 2 silver drivers, Benjamin Pack and Jordan Boisson. So this is the time for Duino to be behind the wheel and chasing down that Mercedes. This is the best opportunity they've got. They've got one of their fastest drivers in the Renault, and the Mercedes has their on paper slowest driver at present. So we'll keep an eye on the lap times and see whether it comes down. I can tell you that the Mercedes is just about to lap one of the Alpines as well, actually, as they go down the back straight. We look here at car number 7, currently running in 5th place overall, 2nd place in the Porsche Cup class, Jan Penlu, doing a solid job of 202s at the minute, but to be fair, slower than Enzo Riche by about 2.5 seconds on that last lap. Enzo is still a while behind though, and just going through turn 14 now. The gap between the 2 cars is about half a minute. I'm delighted to tell you that our roaming camera is back up and running, but will be, obviously we can't expect Sébastien Loeb to wait around that long to finish the interview, but he'll be back hopefully at some point as the weekend goes on, or as the day goes on I should say. It is officially now Sunday afternoon. I can't believe it's already 3:20 in the afternoon. Just this morning I kept saying good afternoon to everybody and it was only 10 a.m. So
the day has gone so slowly but so quickly at the same time.
Yeah, it feels like a long day. There's a lot of work done here on these weekends, but at the same time I still cannot believe it's already 3 o'clock.
That's what I mean. It's gone so
weird,
quickly and so slow at the same time. We've taken every single hour of the day and utilised it for racing, which what more could you want, really?
Yeah, exactly. Personal best just going in from Thibaut Caray. That car number 10 is getting faster and faster the whole time. Looked like they had a little issue in their first stint, but since then have only gone quicker. This is the number 18 machine, currently running in 4th place. Harpal behind the wheel, trying to recuperate for lost time earlier on. Jules Simkoviak had another busy stint as always, but this car is often one of the front runners in the GT Endurance Cup, the Kennol GT Endurance Cup I should say. Harpal is the only driver that has done each round, I believe. I think they've changed the quote-unquote second driver. Jules Simkoviak, was not at Paul Ricard by the look of it. Tiago Montero was the driver of this car at Paul Ricard, quite controversially, with the incident that occurred. But now
we had his nephew used to race with us. Raced with us in Portimao in Portugal. They're Portugal based. I can't remember their name. That's going to really irritate me. But yeah.
Tiago Montero raced in all sorts of machines.
I'm going to have to look at what.
I believe he did have a stint in Formula One, didn't he? Was it with Jordan in the early 2000s, I think?
Yeah.
And then I remember moved on to the World Touring Car Championship going into the 2010s.
And the World Endurance.
Yes.
Not what? Did he do WEC? He definitely did the World Touring Cars.
Yeah, I don't think it was WEC at the time. Was it one of the Le Mans series that he did? I think maybe European Le Mans series. We'll find out, but he had an awesome career of racing, which he still obviously enjoys now, racing in these Porsche Cup cars.
It's funny, if you put his name in, there's also a Brazilian tennis player that has the same name, so you never quite know. World Touring Cars, Formula One from 2005 to 2006, and also raced in the Porsche Carrera Cup at Diego. But yes, Portuguese racing driver. I must remember.
I can't remember what other team he raced for in Formula One. There was Jordan, I'm sure. I don't know if he did a bit with Minardi. Or was he one of the drivers that was with, it was called Spyker for I think 2 seasons. Spyker, the Dutch car manufacturer. They made some crazy looking supercars. I think when that team was going through.
Jordan, 2005.
Yeah.
Midland.
Oh yeah, it was Midland. That was the name.
Midland.
It was, but yeah, I think that became Spiker or was Spiker before Midland. I can't remember.
Gosh, I don't remember. That's even past some of my. Oh yeah, newly in 2000, December 20th, 2006. It was announced he would not be driving for the newly renamed Spiker team in 2007.
Right.
Adrian Sutil was instead signed on a multi-year contract.
Yeah, because I remember.
Then he went over to World Touring Cars.
Oh, so touring cars. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I can see the picture of the Seat.
Yeah,
I remember the Seat Leon. He had that gorgeous Red Bull livery on it.
Yeah.
And then he continued on. Wow, with Honda.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
and
really
he now
cool.
manages Antonio Felix da Costa, who is a Formula E driver.
Wow. Wonderful stuff.
Still can't remember the name that I'm after then.
Still a very vibrant career for Thiago Monteiro. I always thought it was Jordan, and
Loris.
then it became.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Oh.
It was Loris. He joined us.
And I always thought it was Midland, and then it became the Virgin F1 team, and then there was many teams, wasn't there? Marussia and all sorts.
There was a lot of name changing that went on in
the likes of Caterham and the early 2010s were quite ugly.
Yeah, there was a lot of changing names of various different things, and then we still had it right to the end, didn't we? For Racing Point, and obviously now is Aston Martin, but Racing Point before that was Force India.
Yeah, it was Force India then Racing Point.
And before Force India, it was
all of those above.
Yeah.
And then Jordan. It started out as Jordan.
It started out as Jordan, and
Crazy.
Jordan has somehow turned into. It's like when you look back at the history of Benetton and all of them.
Yeah.
You know.
There's a fantastic book on Benetton actually that I interviewed a gentleman about earlier in the year about. He managed to get a sit-down interview with Flavio Briatore.
Oh, wow.
And wrote the whole story about all of the Benetton, even with the Benetton family as well, and how a clothing brand became a Formula One team. And it's incredible. They were known as the bad boys of Formula One. And I don't often read books, to be honest with you, but it's absolutely incredible. The story is remarkable, and there's so many ins and outs that they found out and secrets that were spoken about that they were allowed to publish. And yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful read, an absolute cascade of brilliant, brilliant episodes. I believe we're ready for another episode with our mate Renault, who is going to speak to Beltoise, and Sébastien Loeb is still there actually. I said he wasn't going to wait around, but he's a patient man it seems.
Et nous revenons donc au sein du GP Racing Team. On a eu un petit incident technique tout à l'heure, mais je n'ai pas lâché Sébastien Loeb qui est resté avec moi. Donc on disait que chez GP Racing Team, c'est un peu Jean qui rit, Jean qui pleure. Cette voiture numéro 98 qui était en tête de sa catégorie là il y a quelques instants quand vous l'avez laissé. Et un début de course très très bon de votre part. Racontez-nous un peu ce début de course pour vous.
Ouais, on a fait un bon début de course. J'ai réussi à m'extirper du trafic et avoir un run plutôt clair, donc sur un bon rythme. On s'est rendu compte au fur et à mesure du run qu'on dégradait pas mal l'arrière, donc on a essayé de faire des petits ajustements là au changement de pilote. Et puis depuis ça roule pour l'instant, pas de soucis particuliers. On n'a pas réussi à exploiter correctement le full course yellow parce qu'on a fait l'arrêt juste avant, et puis c'est pas de chance. Et puis c'est toujours plus de chance que pour nos amis parce que c'est eux qui ont déclenché le full course yellow, donc je pense qu'en taux c'est un petit peu plus compliqué pour l'instant pour eux.
Alors on va parler aux mauvais élèves de la classe. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Un début de course qui était plutôt bon quand même, et après ça a été de la déroute.
La déroute, comme le disait Seb, la voiture était un peu délicate, surtout de l'arrière, et Loïc s'est fait piéger 2 fois, 2 têtes à queue et un qui s'est terminé dans le bac à gravier. Donc voilà, il faut sortir la voiture, ça a pris du temps, malheureusement, voilà, c'est la pénalisée, c'est un peu dommage. Mais bon, suite à ça, on a su que la voiture était un petit peu nerveuse de l'arrière, on a fait quelques ajustements au pit stop, et du coup, dans mon relais, ça s'est un petit peu amélioré, donc c'est voir le côté positif.
Alors justement, on a vu un ajustement d'aileron arrière pour la numéro 98. Chez vous, quel type d'ajustement on a fait?
Ouais, on a fait la même chose, voilà, on fait copier-coller.
D'accord. L'objectif à partir de là, on sait que maintenant vous êtes l'une des voitures favorites dans cette catégorie Porsche Challenge. L'objectif et les consignes pour les pilotes à partir de maintenant?
L'objectif, c'est de faire une belle course clean, sans erreur. Essayer pour chaque pilote d'être d'exploiter au mieux son relais, d'être dans le meilleur rythme possible. Je pense que pour la victoire, ça va être quand même difficile, mais pour l'instant, on essaye de, comme dit, de faire une belle course. On verra à la fin. Objectif podium.
Par rapport à ce qui a été prévu dans les briefings avant la course, est-ce qu'on est dans les clous là en termes de stratégie?
Oui, ça va. On avait des petits doutes sur les consos d'essence. Globalement, ça a l'air de rentrer dans le timing. Donc voilà, on espère qu'on arrivera à enchaîner les relais, qu'on ne sera pas obligé de faire un arrêt spécial pour l'essence en plus. C'est limite, mais on verra bien.
Et la stratégie de votre côté, est-ce que ça a été complètement chamboulé? Et si oui, comment on s'adapte?
Là, maintenant, c'est se faire plaisir, c'est attaquer jusqu'au bout, et puis on verra bien si on arrive à glaner le maximum de points possible.
Est-ce qu'il y a quand même un objectif qui est donné?
Oui, bien sûr, je te dis, essayer de remonter, prendre des points, parce qu'on est quand même en tête du championnat, donc on aimerait repartir d'ici en tête du championnat.
So for English speakers, one driver left his car basically in a position to win the race, even though they had to make a setup change to the rear wing. The other driver left his car not in the gravel trap, but almost, and now they have to attack. It's a full attack mode now to regain position in this field. Merci beaucoup, messieurs. Sébastien, Anthony, à bientôt.
Well, great news there, getting Anthony Beltoise and Sébastien Loeb together. Lovely to hear from them both, and a big thanks to Sébastien Loeb for bearing with us when we had a few technical issues and coming back and talking to us. That was very kind indeed, and he's a very busy man, of course. Less so at the moment because he's waiting probably to see how all this pans out. Their car at the moment is down in 7th, currently being driven by his co-partner and partner in life, Laureen Goody. I think it's Goody actually, sorry, Laureen Goody. And still leading the way is the Mercedes of car number 28, who at the moment still has to do a stop-go penalty, we believe, come in to do one pit stop, and most of the people in the top, actually the top two at the moment, car number 28 and 37, both have 4 mandatory pit stops still to go, and only 2 hours left to do them, so interesting to bunch them all towards the end of the race. Car 123 has got a drive-through penalty, goes from bad to worse for the Alpine, and it's for constant abuse of track limits. Car number 28, who's leading the way at the moment, Patrick Charlot, is team managers being asked to speak to the stewards, as well as car number 89, that's the Porsche that's down at the moment in 11th place. So I never quite hear fully what's going on there, but car number 22, who is Olivia Gomez, the Vortex in UCS1, is under investigation for their last pit stop. So again, something obviously went on for the Gomez brothers in the pit lane. I wonder if Renault can go and find out what happened there. Currently under investigation. Spoke to them on the grid, and they very much said they were confident about this race, and the car number 22 has been running pretty well this weekend so far, so you can see why the Gomez brothers are keen to do well this weekend. Started second on the grid, a good place to start, and currently Olivia Gomez at the wheel at the moment. So 2 hours and 10 minutes left of this race, 4-hour endurance race. We've got 2 more rounds off the back of this at Manicourt and Paul Ricard. Finishing the championship in style we will be, and most of the championships will come to a conclusion across the 2 rounds that we've got. Manicourt later on, well, actually starting next month, at the start of next month, and then Paul Ricard will be a month after that. And Chaz, it was good to see Sébastien Loeb, wasn't it? Waited around and had a chat with us and Renault. He's a very busy man, and it was nice for them both, along with Anthony Beltoise, having a chat with Renault. It's very much appreciated if any of the teams are listening to this and think we don't massively appreciate you stopping to talk to us. Trust me, we do. And I know that it's not always part of your job description, but all your help is very much appreciated when I'm running up and down the pit lane and you find drivers for me, or drivers stop and talk to me and you're listening. Thank you, I do appreciate it. So car number 22 now under investigation for the last pit stop, and now the team manager has been told to report to race control.
Ouch.
Double whammy. I would assume it's over the same thing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right though on the media participation of drivers and teams. It's great when they contribute not just to the race itself, but obviously to the broadcast, to the entertainment value of it as well. And you know, we're there to get reaction from them and hear about the emotions that are running at the time of the race, what they're thinking as well. And it's wonderful to have the support of the drivers and teams when it comes down to that. Always a joy to hear from them and see what they've got to say, and sometimes we hear some surprising things as well that really catch us out. You know, drivers that, I mean, look at Nano Lopez in the Formula Cup earlier. I would have thought with all the points he's got this weekend, happy, but no, he's quite unhappy.
Oh, you do not speak to enough drivers.
Perfectionist.
You do not speak to enough drivers. No driver is ever particularly happy unless they have won. And for that one, it was Aaron. Oh my goodness, his name's just fallen out of my head. Aaron. Ferrazzano. Sorry, in my head I was like Fabriziano. Ferrazzano. Been saying his name all weekend.
It doesn't sound like a Belgian naming.
No, it's a Fabriziano. It's quite an Italian name, isn't it? Anyway, yes, he didn't win. Nano Lopez didn't win, but did take the lead of the championship. So car number 18 is now the one that's being told to watch out for track limits at turn 5.
Porsche Cup leader.
3 at the moment. Yes, it's a funny one, isn't it? The way it all works out. No one ever really knows who's leading a endurance race till the last half hour.
No, it's been quite the mix.
I was saying what was interesting is the top 2 not taking their. Everyone else in the top 14 that we've got in front of us have all taken 2 of their pit stops.
Yeah.
Car number 28 and 37 waiting for the last 2 hours to take 4 pit stops.
Very interesting. I think that gives them a bit more versatility on how often they can change drivers, I guess, because we tended to see each team come in every sort of half hour so far. There's been a number of sort of visits to the pit lane, but not necessarily always changing driver. So I think they're just keeping the drivers out as long as possible, simplifying the stints, and then before they get to the end, they'll split it up slightly into smaller little sprints for them, so it's not so tiring and not so attritional, let's say, to their race. Thibaut Caray, by the way, another personal best. It was one of the last cars that I reported a personal best time on, and that number 10 continually getting quicker after being, with no disrespect, one of the slower cars in the Porsche Cup class near the start of the race. Got the Vortex on screen now, car 22. The orange machine making its way down the back straight. We'll give it a listen as we hear the V8 growl away.
That was nice, wasn't it? Enjoyed that.
Yeah. Lovely sounding.
It's nice
car.
sometimes to, like, not for us to be quiet, but it's just nice to sometimes hear the cars, isn't it?
Yeah, to hear the ambience, as they call it.
Ambiance.
Yeah,
I'm going to be Francais
I mean,
about it.
Even when we, take a walk over to the loo here at the circuit, over to the media centre, you get the sound of all the cars completely around you, and they are behind us here on the back straight where our broadcast truck is. But also when you're walking towards the media centre, they obviously go onto the start-finish straight as well. And they have to head all the way around the circuit to get past you. So you get complete stereo sound of all of these wonderful GT cars making their way around. So just to recap then, we've got the 28 Mercedes of Patrick Charlet leading the way at the moment by 14 seconds from the Renault RS01 of Christophe Duino. Olivier Gomez is in third place in car 22 that we have on screen right now. That is the Vortex, just under a minute from the leader. And we then have Harpal in 4th place ahead of Jan Penlu. They're both Porsche Cup cars. Here is our race leader on screen now. Enzo Richer is in 6th place in the other Vortex, car number 20. Then we have 3 more Porsche Cup cars. Laurent Gaudy in car 98, Thibaut Caray in car number 10, and Benjamin Lessen, car 17. Enzo Richer has just gotten ahead of Jan Penlu, actually, on that last lap. And Philippe Bonnell is currently completing the top 10 in car number 21. It hasn't had a completely drama-free race, but it's certainly been a typical day at the office for the Vortexes. They never really have an easy ride of it, but I tell you, they've had a long, hard weekend here at Aragon once again. It's still very warm out there, I can tell you, but it's gotten a little bit humid. That sort of, it's like a fake cloud cover, isn't it, Claire, that comes over the circuit in these afternoons because of all the humidity. It's like the sky goes grey, but it's still red hot.
Did the same yesterday.
It's very, very strange because, like I say, the temperature remains.
Did you think I was going to say more to that?
A little bit. But
I thought I was going to as well. And what happened was I stopped. I went to say, no, it was more cloudy yesterday, got hotter, lots of rain overnight, but I didn't. I just said, yeah. And then just stopped. Do you ever have that where your brain just thinks for you, but then just overtakes?
Yeah.
You get a system override. That's literally what just happened then. Live on air.
Stuff. Well, we're nearly halfway through this race, which is the good news. The drivers, I'm sure, will be pretty pleased with the fact that they have nearly gotten to the halfway mark, and we have everybody still running, even this car, despite its multitude of penalties.
I think it's having a stop-go at the moment.
Yeah. The Chazelle Technology team having to hold that car for what was 30 seconds earlier. They've had...
It's there for a minute. Just leave it there for a minute.
They've had a drive-through penalty as well for constant abuse of track limits. But I don't remember seeing the stop-go come through, if I'm honest. It might have been when I just nipped out. But yeah,
that might not be the stop-go, to be fair. That might just be a pit stop of theirs.
Yeah.
See where they are. 1, 2, 3, down. If that goes out and says they've clicked down to 2, we'll know it's not a penalty.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. So that was a mandatory pit.
Beautiful. Nicely spotted. So they have a drive-through as well, so they might do that on the next lap. Because
they might have already
still
done
have to.
There is the slight issue with how many cars we've got. It is always a little bit more difficult to be across if they're penalties. They've done penalties or not, because Patrick Charlet, who's in the car number 28, they've also got a penalty, and I've got no idea if they've served it either. So that's not anyone's fault. It's just there's a lot to be across, and the teams aren't exactly forthcoming in the information to tell you what's going on. So. Yeah, but this beautiful piece of machinery continues to trundle around, leading the way at the moment, but still with seemingly 4 pit stops to its name. So at the moment it is Patrick Charlet who leads the way in UCS1, car number 28, number 37. Second, and the Gomez brothers still remain third at the moment. Olivier Gomez at the wheel of that for car number 22. We're going to take a very short break, but do make sure you stay with us because we've got plenty more action to come, and we've got a few more hours to go too, so don't go anywhere. We're just going to take a small little break.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome back to Motorland Aragon, and welcome to the second half of the race here in the Kennol Endurance Cup, the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. One day, when I do an intro, I'll get the series name completely right. You've got Chaz Draycott and Claire Cottingham in the commentary box for this one here this afternoon in, I was going to say sunny Spain. It's still hot Spain, isn't it, Claire? But it's hot, cloudy Spain right now. It's very muggy.
I'm just sticking my head out the window.
Can hear it.
Does that sound different? Okay, so this is the ambiance of the track. And it's very bright, but very warm. Like almost like when you go on holiday and you get off the plane and that feel
it first hits you.
Yeah.
You walk into a wall of humidity, don't you?
Yeah, so it's very humid out there. Drivers will be starting to feel it by now. Some drivers only have 2 drivers in the car. So, for example, the 20 Vortex only has 2 drivers. The 22 Vortex only has 2 drivers. In Olivier Gomez. Actually, sometimes they have 3 drivers, but it's only 2 of them, I believe, this weekend, isn't it? Yeah, Olivier Gomez and Arnaud Gomez in the Vortex. Sometimes they have a 3rd driver joining them, but not for this one. As we see a couple of the Porsches coming in there. That's the 2B Motorsport one, and this one's the Sébastien Loeb car number 98. Shouldn't really say Sébastien Loeb car because there's 2 other drivers, but the car that is driven by someone that we know, Sébastien Loeb, and at the moment it is Sébastien Loeb behind the wheel. So actually I could have got away with that without saying anything. This looks like the Vortex of 22 coming in. So this is the Arnaud brothers that are switching over, and it was Olivier Gomez, so it would be Arnaud Gomez going into it now.
Yeah, 2 stints each so far, I believe.
Yeah. So they will have a switch over. They are both bronze drivers, and like I say, they usually have another driver alongside them. So this will be a test of the elements for the Arnaud the Gomez brothers. I keep calling the Arnaud brothers. Gomez brothers. Arnaud is one of the Gomez's brothers' names. Thumbs up there from Olivier Gomez, so he's pleased with his stint. This is the other Vortex car number 20, which is currently at the moment got Enzo Richer, the silver driver, at the wheel. And that's one of the other ones that we were saying only has 2 drivers in it, Enzo being one of them, and the other one was meant to have actually Philippe Papin in as well, an AM driver, but only Roland Maršič. I keep getting that wrong. Is that how you say it, Maršič?
In which car?
Car number 20. Anyway, Alpine
Marchi.
going back up.
Marchi, I believe, in French.
Marchi.
It's like the Chamonix region. It looks like Chamonix phonetically, but it's Chamonix. So I'd say, yeah, Marchi.
Marchi. Anyway, it's Enzo Richer out in the car at the moment in 4th. And so car number 22 rejoins on their outlap. The Mercedes with Patrick Charlet currently in at the moment, car number 28 that is leading the way. So they're coming in for, I would assume, another mandatory pit stop. They've seemed to only have done 4 so far. And I don't know if these graphics are starting to deceive us a little bit now, because I just refuse to believe that with 2 hours to go and some people on 2, the top 2 are still only on 4 mandatory pit stops. But maybe I mean, I have to trust the graphic because the graphic has never wronged me in that way before, and it's a timing screen, which, well, the Mercedes is in now. So let's see if when they leave, they will clock down another mandatory pit stop. So it will go from 4 to 3, but that still means they've got 3 pit stops to fit in with 1 hour 50 to go. The 37 Renault still has all 4 of the 5 pit stops to go. And just for context, everyone else, bar 2 cars in the top 14, have all only got 2 mandatory pit stops left. So you can see why I'm pondering why this is a bit odd. Here we are, one of the other vortexes coming in. Is it car 20? Is it indeed? Yes, it is. So Enzo Richer, driver change happening here as well. Enzo Richer will exit the car, and in will go Roland
Marshy. Just to clarify as well, I mean, it's very likely that these, especially the GT3 cars that we have out there, Duino, Mercedes, and I imagine these Vortexes as well, to that specification can easily do about an hour on a fuel tank. So they can run around for as long as, well, they could maybe even get away with doing just 3 stops in a race of this length. So I think that as long as they've done 1 stop and then they've carried on for an hour, they're surely going to be coming in soon, if not this lap or so, because they've done now, obviously, an hour and 10 minutes.
Sorry, I've just had a look at car number 28 that's just come in, heading out on its outlap now, Patrick Charlet, and it's got 2 asterisks of doom. So they have come in twice, and their mandatory pit stop has not counted.
Oh,
so they will be under investigation for 2 of their pit stops after the race. So they actually might have done, this is my question, I still question 37 that's still on 4 out of their 5 mandatory pit stops, but Patrick Charlet has had 1 pit stop which has counted, and I assume 2 pit stops that have not counted now. So they should be on 2 out of 5 to go.
Yeah.
But they've got 2 under investigation.
Oh, the Renault's going slowly on the back straight. I was, you know, I'm not kidding when I say this. I was just about to make the joke and say they're just running it until it breaks down.
Well,
because
there you go.
we do over in the UK, we make jokes about Renaults breaking down. My girlfriend's just bought one, so I can't do that anymore. But they've just done a bit of a reset on it, and it's juttering because the lights went off and on again.
Yeah, turn it on and off.
Oh no!
He's off the race. Whoa!
Hello, son.
Don't drive back in.
That was almost. Oh god!
Because he's getting it's uncomfortable, I'm sure, from the, and it's ground to a stop.
Oh
so,
no!
System reset. If the lights go off, there we go. He's turning it on and off again. Yellow's out in turn 16, and I'll tell you for why. It's because car number 37, the beautiful Renault, has ground to a stop.
It may sound silly to say, but I would not be surprised if it's run out of fuel, because they came in way before the first hour, and it's done way over an hour since then. And the GT3 cars of this spec can barely, only just get away with an hour, and especially on a circuit that's got as many long straights as this one. But at the same time, could be a potential electronics issue, could be anything.
Well,
stop like that.
I mean, I was saying that car has not been in.
Yeah.
And you're right, like, you've got to get fuel.
Yeah, that's the one thing, that's the main thing that limits its progress, is fuel. Sure, the tyres could be absolutely wrecked, but they could still be out there as long as it's got fuel in it.
They can't, yeah. So we've got someone in the pit lane, Alexander Herbin, who is in the pit lane and going to check.
Interesting. We've got 2 Porsches having a fight while we find out. We've got the number 7 machine and I believe the number 18 of Sim Kowiak right together. The 2 of them are separated by over a lap though, but the number 7 is currently running, well, quite considerably quicker. We've got Roman Fav in car 7 doing 1:59 sevens. Sim Kowiak just in front. Actually did a 1:59.9 last time round, so not too much difference in pace, but looks like Roman wants to get through. And full course yellow. Now, usually we get a warning. You can see, look at that, tyre marks from where those two Porsches side by side have just slammed on the brakes next to each other. And the Renault RS01 will need recovering, unfortunately. That's devastating because they had such a great first stint as well. Sure, they fell down into the pack, but that was just down to the balance of things to make sure that, you know, they were further in the field. Just, well, for balance, simply, to make sure they were weighted longer. So keeps the race more spicy. But they've overdone it now and made it too spicy.
The only time, and I don't think it was this car, the only time I remember of someone running out of fuel was Jonathan Thomas in maybe the second round of the season, and they were leading and just on the final few laps ran out of fuel. And
Was that not Mugello? Sorry, Mugello.
Maybe.
Because
Was it?
I think we were in the same box for that. I think I remember that too.
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah. Was it this car? Were they racing the 37? I can't remember what.
I don't think it was. I think this car had technical issues at Mugello. I'll have a look at the. They didn't win at Mugello. I think they finished second or third.
Yeah.
Because they had Axel Noss behind the wheel for that weekend.
Oh yes, they had Axel back, didn't they?
Yeah, Axel was in the car, and I remember they had some sort of weird technical issue with it partway through.
Looks like Alexandre has gone down to one of the teams.
Hopefully 37.
Gone to TFT Racing. Let's hear what he has to say. Few technical issues there with the mic. Don't think we had quite worked it out, and we will hopefully be able to go back and speak to Alexandre. Let's try again. We might have sorted out the gremlins.
On va recommencer en espérant qu'on nous entende cette fois-ci. Jordan, petit problème technique, ça arrive aussi sur nos micros, pas que en piste pour certaines voitures. Jordan, premier relais, donc vous partiez de la dernière place, vous êtes remonté jusqu'à la première. C'était un très très gros premier relais de votre part.
Non, c'était bien, le rythme était là. C'est dommage qu'il y ait eu quelques actions en course qui étaient tout sauf fair play, notamment de la part de la 22. Donc non, c'est très dommage de la part de la Vortex d'avoir fait ça. Ce qui a fait que j'ai perdu beaucoup de temps parce que du coup, je suis repassé derrière lui. Mais après, c'était plutôt bien, le rythme était là. Il y a eu quelques track limites de ma faute, un peu en délicatesse, mais bon, c'était plutôt pas mal.
Yeah, we had a strong debut from last to first. Unfortunately, Jordan has some problem with the Vortex number 22 on what he says, some not fair play action. But yeah, some track limits for his part. But first, the rally was good. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé exactement avec cette Vortex numéro 22?
En fait, on remontait, donc je l'ai doublé, on remontait sur une autre Vortex qui m'a clairement gêné, qui a fait exprès de me ralentir pour que la Vortex numéro 22 passe. Donc voilà, je ne pensais pas qu'on en était là ici et que c'était que du plaisir, malgré qu'il y avait beaucoup de compétitivité, mais ouais, c'était dommage parce que du coup j'ai perdu des lourdes secondes.
It happens a problem with two Vortex, and then Jordan lost a lot of seconds in the traffic, and he was passed by the number 22. Maintenant, on a eu aussi ce problème à la fin de votre relais, dans le full course yellow. Vous êtes rentré et a priori, d'après ce qu'on a cru comprendre, l'arrêt est sous investigation. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé exactement de votre côté ?
En fait, moi, j'ai vu qu'il y avait une voiture qui était dans le bac. Je l'ai signalé à l'équipe qui m'a demandé de box pour faire du fuel. On est rentré, apparemment, on n'avait pas le droit. Donc ça je les laisse gérer. Mais voilà, apparemment, c'est tout ce que je peux dire. On n'avait pas le droit et on a fait le plein. Donc on va voir ce que ça va donner.
Jordan saw the GP Racing Team car in the gravel and he entered in the pit lane during the full course yellow. It was not allowed, so he will see what the race direction will take as some sanction. Il reste 2 heures. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut souhaiter et qu'est-ce que vous pouvez espérer dans cette course?
On peut souhaiter prendre du plaisir. Patrick a un super rythme, donc c'est top. Donc on est venu là pour s'entraîner parce qu'ici on ne joue pas le championnat. On est vraiment venu pour des gros événements qui sont les 24 heures series avec les 24 heures Barcelone. Donc du coup, prendre du plaisir, prendre de l'expérience, apprendre sur la voiture, apprendre sur nous-mêmes et on va finir où on finira, c'est pas grave.
last 2 hours with one word: take pleasure with Patrick, who had a good rhythm right now on track. They are training for 24 hours of Barcelona at the end of September, and it's the main goal to train and to learn more this Mercedes AMG GT3. Merci beaucoup, Jordan, et puis on vous retrouve à la fin de la course.
Merci à vous, on verra.
Oh, great insight there. Thank you so much for that, Alexander Herben in the pit lane, speaking to Jordan Boisson. So we found out why there's one asterisk of doom next to their car, which has got Patrick Charlet currently at the wheel, and that's because they came in during full course yellow into the pit lane, which is not allowed. So that pit stop basically will not count, hence them having the asterisk next to them. They do have 3 out of 5 at the moment of their pit stops, so in theory both of them haven't counted so far, so I'm a bit worried for them. But 1:28 now, which is who we were just talking about, so that's what we're okay, so that's good timing from Jordan Boisson, because we've had a stop-go penalty come in of 1 minute for the full course yellow infringement for who is currently driving Patrick Charlet in the Mercedes car number 28. So car number 28 in trouble, who was also on course to maybe win this race. And the other issue, car number 37 has stopped. Well, it says it's now in the pits, the car number 37. So whether they got it re-going,
yeah, whether they towed it back into the pit lane or not, I'm not sure. We'll have to see whether anybody that's down there can confirm that for us. We haven't seen it on any of our other cameras. And
I've got a picture at the top right, top left, that has no cars in, so, but it might be in the garage. So hopefully we can get Alexandre to have a look for us.
Yeah, we'll see whether we can find out the latest for that one. But it was a huge shame to see that happen to the Renault, because it was definitely one of the front runners. I think it was Renault said at the beginning, didn't he, that it was either going to be the 37, the 28, or the 22 that he thought was going to be right up there, especially with the Vortex winning.
98 of Sébastien Loeb is under investigation for a full course yellow procedure, as well as car number 10, which is Lionel Regard, who is running down in 7th at the moment. Car number 28 comes in then, which you can't see at the moment, but they are in the pit lane. There he is, car number 28, coming in probably to serve their 1 minute stop-go. That is a long time for Patrick Charlet, and they're tumbling down the order, unfortunately, for car number 28, which was running 3rd when it came in. And it's sitting in the pit stop, and it should drop back to, I might drop down to, I want to say 6th. Have I done my maths right there?
I reckon so.
Yeah, I think about that might drop down, depending.
Yeah, well, the confusion comes in when a car hasn't then crossed the line since the leader, so it always shows us 1 lap extra, doesn't it?
Car number 89, last pit stop, is under investigation. Anthony Beltoise currently running that one at the moment, and car number 28 going back out. That felt like a short minute, actually.
Yeah.
So, but they are back out. Let's see where they come back out.
We'll see. Fingers crossed for them that they can make up for that, because they've got the pace to. I mean, they've been absolutely rapid throughout the race. It's been very entertaining to watch them, especially considering they started at the back of the grid. Sure, not the biggest grid of cars to get through, and not a grid full of cars that are hard to pass in a Mercedes AMG GT3. But at the end of the day, we've seen over the course of this weekend, you know, cars that are necessarily the fastest on paper don't always have the driver that's fastest on paper behind the wheel, and you know, not the confidence to go by. This battle continues on our screen, which is interesting to watch. Cars 7 and 18, they're not fighting for position. There is a lap between them. But yet we have a great scrap going on between Jules Simkoviak, who is now 2nd overall. Look, defending quite aggressively from the number 7 of Romain Favre. Favre down the inside. Simkoviak tries to get the cut back 317. He does. Oh, Favre covers it over on the left-hand side. Tries to have a go. Unreal stuff, though. Really good fighting between the pair. Now, they reset for another lap here. Jules Simkoviak is not going to enjoy sitting behind the number 7, especially knowing that they are, or were anyway, an entire lap ahead of their fellow Porsche Cup car. But you know what? Romain Favre has looked rapid through this opening couple of corners here. And he's starting to open up a little advantage over the car behind. Still an hour and a half left of this race to go. All 14 cars, bar the Renault, are now running. So it's not been the most damaging of races for our field, which is good to see because we don't start with the most cars. But nice to see that despite being laps apart, we still have these two cars fighting together on track. But like I say, Romain Favre starting to get away quite quickly.
Stop go time penalty, 30 seconds, constant abuse of track limits. That goes to the vortex of car number 20, which has currently got Roland Marshy.
Yeah, go with that.
Behind
Roland Marshland. Roland Marshy?
Roland.
There's no D.
No, my dad's name's Roland. I'm going to say Roland, all right?
Roland Marshy.
Roland Marsh.
Oh yeah, there's a D on the timing screen, but not on the spotter's guide. I'm so sorry.
Okay. All right. That's
Roland.
That's okay.
Yeah. I mean, I say the D silently anyway.
Roland
Marshy.
Well, I think you'll find for the last 30 years, I've been calling my dad Dad.
You say the D silently. It's, I think you'll find.
I think you'll find it's Dad.
Yeah.
It's Ad.
It's just we've got Romain Favre setting a personal best while we lose it here in the commentary box. Car 20 was that got a stop and go penalty.
Yeah.
30 seconds. Go.
Yeah.
And
30 seconds.
Constant. I've whittled this down to just cat L now. Constant abuse, track limits. Go.
Patrick Charlet, I said, would come back out where?
Last.
Sixth. I said 6th. Enzo Richer is being lined up to have a chat. He loves it when things are going so right and we head down to Vortex to speak to him. And that's what we're going to do. Enzo Richer is going to have a chat with our interviewer, Alexandra Herban.
So Richer in English. Enzo, we just see you have a stop and go for your car. Maybe because of track limits?
Yes, we got the message from the director, race director. He said one track limit and it will be a direct stop and go. So it's a bit a shame because I think we could play the P2 or P1, but now it will be a bit difficult.
Before this penalty, how was your race?
Really, really good. The pace was really fast. With the medium rear tires, the car was really, really fast. Not the same as yesterday. So we could really play with the RS or the Mercedes. But now, with the stop and go, it will be difficult. But we have a good pace, so we will see.
You had yesterday a really great result in Nova and P02 with Lambo Racing. Here in Vortex, you have also strong performance. Are you really happy about your double program this year?
We did a great race yesterday. I think the gentleman could have done a bit better, but the pace is there. So here in Vortex for the first time we didn't have an issue with the car, so we are quite happy too. But it's going better week per week, but it's coming a bit late, but it's good.
Yes, hopefully you will see you in the podium today and maybe on the top in Manico or in Paul Ricard.
I hope so. Today will be really great, and it will give us some confidence, and I think Vortex will be happy too if we could play a P1 and a P2.
Thank you, Enzo, and we go straight to see Olivier to have a quick word. Olivier, bonjour, comment se passe la course de la numéro 22 pour le moment?
Écoutez, on est plutôt satisfait, on est en tête. Si j'ai bien compris, la Renault a eu des problèmes et la Mercedes a eu des pénalités. Nous, on avait pour ordre de maîtriser l'usure des freins parce que, mine de rien, il fait quand même bien chaud. Et c'est un circuit avec l'épingle rajoutée. Là, c'est un circuit qui demande beaucoup de sollicitations pour les freins. Donc on a ordre de faire attention aux freins et aux diverses températures. Donc on s'est mis sur un rythme de 2.00, ce qui nous permet de passer en 2 refuel. Et ça, c'est la très bonne nouvelle. C'est ce qui fait qu'aujourd'hui, on est en tête du scratch. Il y a une Porsche qui est quand même pas loin derrière, donc il faut qu'on reste attentif, surtout qu'on joue le championnat pour le général. Donc le bilan, il est très bon pour le moment. Hein. Il reste 1h30, je crois. Et donc il faut qu'on reste concentré sur la Porsche, qu'elle ne passe pas, quoi. Voilà.
The number 13 have a good race for the moment. They are leading the race after the problem of the craft racing and the penalty of TRF2 racing. They are really focused on keep their brake in a safe zone. And yeah, they are leading the race. They want to score the 25 points because they are playing in the championships. They want to be champion. On a passé la mi-saison. Forcément, on parle un petit peu calcul, un petit peu général. Pour Vortex, si vous venez à remporter ce classement général en GT Endurance, ce serait un sacré accomplissement.
Ah oui, surtout qu'on a très mal démarré la saison. On se fait percuter au Castellet par une Porsche dans le premier relais. On est obligé d'abandonner. Mugello, je ne sais pas si vous vous souvenez, en qualif, on détruit l'auto. On n'arrive pas à la reconstruire pour le départ. Donc on a 2 jokers dès le début de saison. Et là, le fait que ça reprenne... avec 2 victoires, enfin si on arrive à gagner, ça ferait 2 victoires, on se relancerait vraiment bien, hein, ça serait bien. Surtout que la Renault et la Ferrari ont eu des pépins, quoi. Donc,
Merci beaucoup, Olivier. Yeah, after 2 difficult ones in Paul Ricard, they had a crash, and in Mugello, they crashed in qualifying. They have a good win in Portimao, maybe a second win here this weekend. With the problem of the Renault and the Ferrari is missing here, it will be a good operation for the championship. So Olivier hope to win this race and to score 50 points on 50 on 2 races.
Olivier Gomez then having a chat with Alexandre Urban and makes a really good point that I was actually about to make, not to toot my own horn, but I was about to say this falls very happily and nicely into the Gomez brothers' hands for the 22 Vortex, with the 2 leading cars. The car number 28 currently in the pits at the moment. Who knows if it's there for a penalty or just being out there. And car number 37, which is not... well, actually, it says it's come into the pit lane, and it says it's actually changed the driver, because I don't think Lucas Volker was at the wheel when it went kaput.
No, I don't think he was.
Yeah,
he was in the car at the start of the
race. So they've changed the driver, but it's still sitting in the pit lane as it stands at the moment. So not sure what they're doing, but I'm sure Alexandre will head down and find out for us. Patrick Charlet still in the pit lane at the moment, running down in 6th at the moment after their 1-minute stop-go penalty. We've got another 5-second time penalty come in for a 3rd infringement for track limits for car number 7. That's the Porsche of Romain Favre. And they are currently running 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, good recovery by that car, actually. He didn't have the smoothest start to the race, but they've done really well to continually push on and get up there. They did start on the 3rd row of the grid in 5th place, so they weren't necessarily at the back to begin with, but they've just been nice and steady in their race so far. Still just under an hour and a half left to go here. And as you see, the number 71 Porsche heading towards us down towards turn 1. Making a wonderful, wonderful sight up towards turns 3 and 4. And onto the brakes it goes. Through the rapid turn 4, that left kink there. And then round to the tricky turn 7. It's a curved braking zone into there, so if you've got a real sort of rearward brake bias on the car, a lot of the rear end doing more of the braking than the front, it's very easy for them to come unstuck there. Drivers often do tend to change the bias halfway round the lap sometimes, just to make sure they get that additional rotation out of the machine. We have the Vortex on screen right now, and
ooh, that's a bit close.
Yeah, a bit of flashing of the lights from the 7, but we saw a lot of that earlier on. Car 17 in the mix as well, which is Rego de Siem.
Now's not the time you want to tangle with back markers, and I'm pretty sure that's not all for position, is it? The 1, 2, 3 slightly getting in the way there, but moves out. And
Oh,
who is fighting for position here? Hang on.
So the 7 and none of them are.
None of them are fighting for position. I didn't think so, because we've got a Vortex there that shouldn't be. He's trying to get round the 17 at the moment. The 17's down in 6th. The Vortex, I assume that's 22 of Arnold Gomez, who is leading the way. So everyone should get out of the way of that one to start with. And then in front of that.
Sorry, I was just going to say the Porsche that's just appeared in the midst there, the black one, number 18, is actually only 3 seconds behind for the overall race lead right now as well.
Oh, wow.
So Gomez has lost a lot of time in all of that.
Well, he has just come out the pit stop. So yes, a lot of time. Yeah, you are right for the overall lead. Did you say it was 18 for the Porsche?
Yes, in Koviak.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so that is a battle for. So they are fighting for position, but the car number 17 sitting in the middle is not. So car number 10 then is another stop-go penalty. 10 seconds come in, speeding under the full course yellow. So those penalties are still trundling in because we haven't had a full course yellow for a while.
No, we have not. 10 seconds stop and go as well. So that's obviously the time added to not just coming through the pit lane, but obviously stopping in there while you're there. So it actually amounts to about 30 seconds. Maybe even more than that, because we figured that at pit lane speed yesterday, it was about 20 seconds to get through the pit lane. It's not the longest pit lane in the world here at Motorland Aragon, but even then, when you've got to come to a stop, get moving again as well, it's certainly focusing in terms of how much time you can lose. And I believe we may be getting prepared for another interview from Alexandre in just a moment. And it's a gentleman that we see on our screens quite often, actually, regardless of what race category it is that we're watching. We'll have to see what he's got to say.
Hint, it's going to make you hungry.
Oh, yeah.
Je suis en compagnie de Pierre Martinet. Pierre, Enzo Joliet est en piste. Il a fait un super premier relais du fond de la grille jusqu'à la première place en catégorie Porsche Cup.
Oui, tout à fait. Là, il roule très très bien ce jeune. Ça fait plaisir d'avoir des compagnons comme celui-ci.
Enzo did a great job during his first stint. It's a real pleasure to drive with him. Pierre, à titre plus personnel, comment se passe votre week-end? C'est un circuit où on n'a jamais roulé en Ultimate Cup European Series, que tout le monde découvre. Quelle est votre expérience avec celui-là?
On avait roulé déjà avec Van de Wever. Donc, on avait déjà roulé une fois au moins. Hein. Donc, c'est un superbe circuit. C'est vrai qu'il est loin. Il est vraiment dans les pleines campagnes de l'Espagne. Mais sinon, c'est un très très beau circuit.
It's a really nice track. It's real that it's in the Spain desert, but it's really a beautiful track. Vous allez reprendre la piste, Pierre. Vous prenez toujours autant de plaisir dans cette Porsche Cup?
Oui, bien sûr. Mais enfin, les années passent et puis c'est de plus en plus dur quand même. C'est vraiment, surtout avec la chaleur, on a plus de 30 degrés aujourd'hui, c'est difficile, oui.
On espère qu'on vous reverra quand même la saison prochaine.
Ah, ça je ne sais pas, je ne peux pas vous dire, je ne vous promets pas.
Years after years, it's more and more difficult also with the weather. And Pierre, it's not sure to be here next year. He can't promise, but we hope that he will be here. Merci beaucoup, Pierre.
Merci à vous.
See, told you it would make you hungry, and you can tell what his name is because it's written all over him and behind as well. So great to speak to Pierre, giving us a little insight to the racing. And speaking about Enzo Juli, who is the silver driver that's currently behind the 71 Porsche now, running down in 11th. We have got a preparation happening for a full course yellow, and the pit entry in that point will be closed. Safety car actually now coming out regardless of the full course yellow. So full course yellow not happening, and I believe is because we've got a car stationary at the moment at turn 17, which is car number 18. And you are pointing at the screen, and that's car number 37 back out there.
Yeah, indeed.
Full course yellow.
Back on the circuit while we lose another one. It's like the one in, one out sort of rule here. But yeah, car 18 is showing as being off the circuit after turn 17. So in its chase to get up to Arnaud Gomez, which we were very excited about, it's unfortunately come unstuck. We, in the meantime, have had a fastest lap of the race done by Benjamin Pack, who is the latest driver to get into the Mercedes-AMG GT3, car 28, running down in 8th place. But despite being a few laps down, Benjamin has set an absolutely blistering lap time. Nobody else in the field has... Oh, actually, the Renault did a 1:56.8 earlier on in the race. But other than that, nobody else has been able to get even into the 1:57s. And Benjamin Pack was only a 10th or so off doing a 1:55. So incredible pace straight out of the blocks by Benjamin Pack. And we're excited to see, there is the 18 being towed away. It doesn't look necessarily like it's had an incident and hit anything. It just seems like
the rear
it's...
right didn't look right.
No.
The wheel looked a bit dodgy. 37 then has been stopped on track. I hope this isn't slow again. I hope this is the full course yellow speed, which seems incredibly slow for some reason. Stopped on track, has rejoined, sat in the pit lane for a bit, and has still rejoined 12th.
Yeah, the unfortunate Alpines, the A110s in their class, are so far off the pace of the likes of these GT3 cars at the very front that they've lost, well, 8 to 14 laps, which it's a 2-minute lap time. You know, they've lost quite a lot of time overall when you add it all up, but it happens. That's the thing with these endurance races. They're very interesting in that regard. We have 15 seconds left to go before the full course yellow will now come to an end. And the Renault will suddenly speed up in just a second in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slight delay as they get going there.
Didn't work for you. Mine was better.
They were 5 seconds off. Oh, dearie me. They said 4:24 local, and it was 4:24.04 when they went green. Oh, that's slack. Then again, to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if all the stewards in race control were absolutely shattered after this weekend. They've had a lot of hard work on their hands with all the track limits and everything that's been going on. But the race is now back underway at full chat. We have 2 cars in the pit lane, which are the 123 and the 18. Now, I hope that the 123 didn't enter the pit lane while the full course yellow was out, because they did say in the earlier one, just to remind drivers, that the pit lane entry is closed during full course yellow, because as we heard, the Mercedes was under investigation for refueling while it came in under the full course yellow, which they weren't allowed to do. So I don't know if that was just a bit of a warning to the other drivers and teams to say, don't you dare try it either. Not that they saw the 1 minute stop go as enough of a deterrent. Another warning for this man, actually, Sébastien Loeb, getting a warning for track limits at turn 5. And to be honest, Claire, if I see turn 5 at Aragon or turn 9 at Aragon ever again after this weekend, I think I'm going to have flashbacks.
I'm going to dream about it. Oh, turn 5 track limits warning for car number 20. They've had already a penalty, a 5-second penalty for track limits, I thought, car number 20. They definitely have.
Yeah, they had.
Yeah, they did, because then they spoke to Enzo. Yeah, they've had a 5-second one.
Yeah, it was all the way back on lap 11, their first one. Then by lap 18, they had constant abuse of track limits by the stewards. So, and they had another one after that, actually, about lap 38. So.
Oh, car 71, 5-second time penalty.
Oh.
Third infringement, that is Enzo Juli. That's car number 71, the Porsche, running down in 11th at the moment, currently in the pit lane. So it might be a good time to take the 5 seconds.
It'd be horrible if it was found that they'd been off the track because they were in the pit lane.
No, yeah, I don't think that's a thing. The Benjamin Pack is having a lovely time out there. Fastest first sector again. Obviously running with a bit of clear air at the moment. Running just behind the 93, and you can see the difference in speed. Oh no, it's the 37, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. What number am I looking for?
28.
28, right?
Yeah, I think they're
up by 11, turn 11. Yeah, they've got loads of free air, so he's enjoying a bit of free air at the moment and setting some fast times.
Might just see him in the background of this shot here, actually, as he makes his way round. Just watch at the top of your screen for the big yellow Mercedes, although apparently he's already gone through turn 12 and I didn't see him. There it is, though.
There he is.
Well, fair play.
Yeah.
I think, to be fair, with you know, not to get too nerdy about this, but the curve of the track map and the location isn't fantastic around turn 10 and 11. The shape doesn't seem to match up somehow with that hairpin, because it's like a two-part squared off hairpin.
Time penalty for car number 7, 5 seconds.
Oh, they
Fourth
had one
infringement for Romain Fav.
They only had one a few laps ago as well.
Right, let's head back to the pit lane, because we've got Alexandra Herben standing by, and I think he's got some information from Craft Racing.
Avec Christophe de Ruino de l'équipe Craft Racing. Christophe, il y a quelques instants, on a vu votre voiture arrêter. Vous avez provoqué un full course yellow, mais qu'est-ce qui s'est passé exactement?
En fait, ce qui s'est passé, c'est que depuis que j'ai pris le relais, mon relais, au bout d'une heure, au bout du 3e tour, on a eu une surchauffe. D'eau, donc on a dû couper et pas monter à plus de 4500-5000 tours pour protéger, garder une température inférieure à 110 degrés. J'ai fait ça pendant tout mon relais, en roulant moins vite pour pas perdre de temps et réparer le problème dans les stands. Et juste avant la fin du relais, on s'est un peu planté, on a fait une panne d'essence. Donc on a essayé d'optimiser au maximum, et des fois quand on cherche à optimiser, on fait des erreurs. On a fait une petite erreur. Voilà, donc on est un peu loin au classement, mais on va essayer de remonter. La voiture, le souci semble résolu, donc on va rien lâcher et on va repartir à fond.
At the beginning of his stint, he has a problem of water temperature, so he has to manage the water, the temperature, and also the engine. And at the end of the stint, they made a mistake on the calcul, and Christophe has no fuel on his car. So now they are far in the standings, but they want to go to the checkered flag and try to take some points. Christophe, vous jouez le championnat, il faut aller jusqu'au bout, prendre des points. Quel résultat maximum on peut espérer si tout se passe bien d'ici la fin de la course?
Pour le moment, j'avoue, j'ai pas trop regardé. J'ai récupéré un peu parce que j'ai eu très très chaud là, à la fin à attendre dans la voiture. Mais en tout cas, on va faire le maximum pour être au plus haut. On va essayer de remonter le plus possible. Je crois que pour le moment, on est quand même bien au fond. Bon, après, il reste plus d'1 heure et demie. On a quand même fait du coup 3 arrêts sur 5. Donc j'ai vu la Vortex là devant a fait qu'un arrêt, me semble-t-il. Donc on a encore des chances de remonter. La voiture tourne bien. Le problème est résolu, donc on va tout donner.
The problem is fixed. The car is good now. There is 1 hour 30 to go, so they are far, but they want to keep their rhythm, to gain positions, and then to score a lot of points for the championship. Merci beaucoup, Christophe, et on vous souhaite une bonne fin de course.
Merci beaucoup. Bonne course.
So, interesting there. 2 issues for car number 37. A water pressure problem, I think he said. Water temperature problem. And then they ran out of fuel.
Yeah.
And we said that, didn't we?
Yeah, we called it.
Because we both pointed out that they had taken a long time to come in for their pit stop. I mean, you got to say I don't want to say rookie mistake, but that's a tricky one, isn't it? Because
it's the fundamental of what makes the car go.
But there's a 10-second time penalty for Sébastien Loeb's 98 for speeding under the full course yellow. But I mentioned that they had only come in for one of their pit stops with 1 hour and 40 to go, I think.
Yeah.
And then the car stopped. So obviously someone's done a bit of wrong calculations. Maybe they were about to suddenly come in and there was an issue there, and whichever way it is, it's tricky.
Yeah.
Because I would have thought maybe the car needed to come in a little bit earlier, but I'm not a race strategist and I don't want to look down on what people say. But, you know, that they maybe should have come in.
Well, the thing is, I mean, they often try and calculate minimum pit stop times and things like that to within like half a second, and how long they're going to be in the pit lane, and how long are they going to do this, how long are they going to do that, and then they just underfuel the thing.
Yeah.
They've also now just had a track limits warning for turn 9. We have Pierre Martinet back out in the Porsche. He's had a bit of a tentative start to this stint again, but that doesn't mean that this car doesn't look absolutely fantastic. Really lovely livery, like we said earlier on in the race. Very simple livery on this car, but it works at the end of the day. Gives more vision to the fact that he's got his name written all over it, but it's a lovely colour at the same time, so that's why it works. Personal best again from Lionel Amrouche in the 21 Vortex on that last lap. Lighting the timing screens up. We've got 7, we had 7 cars in the pit lane, we've got 6 now. Sébastien Loeb has had another track limits penalty, just to add on. So that's 2 consecutive 5-second penalties for them. Actually, no, they got a 10-second stop-go, for speeding under the full course yellow. They've now got a 5-second penalty for track limits as well. So it's all accumulating for them. Looks like Pierre Martinet might be having a problem with this car, you know. He's not really getting up to speed here. Down that back straight towards 12. As we now have the RS01 going past. But yeah, it looks like Pierre is having some sort of issue here. That car is not getting up to speed, unfortunately, is it?
Funny you say that. When I saw them coming out of the pit lane, I saw quite a slow-moving car, and then they were fiddling. Is it Pierre in the car? Yeah. He was fiddling with something to his right as he was coming out, and I was going to say something, and it was juddering. And I was going to say something, but I thought, oh, maybe just, you know, hadn't quite got it going properly. But this is definitely a slow-moving Porsche.
Yeah, it seems like he's getting up to speed now down the back straight, but sounds like the revs are a little bit lower than usual. So, yeah, still not sure if he's having to adjust something within the car or try and work on something as it goes. We'll see. But we'll keep our eye on Pierre Martinet and look at his lap times. But I mean, you can see even now, look, into the hairpin. I mean, he's almost come to a stop as the number 10 car goes by. Jean-Jacques Ardely currently running in 9th place, just on his outlap here. Romain Favre has just come in from the race lead in the Porsche Cup class in car 7. Benjamin Pack now, despite doing all these fastest laps in the middle of the field, has suddenly gone right up to the front of the order.
And here we then see car number 7 has come in. Currently leading the way is Romain Favre. Does have a penalty to be added on at this point. And currently getting some new rubber put on. Actually, they're probably, what they like to do is switch the front to the rear, don't they, at this point?
Yeah, they make more use of each of the tyres, I guess. The rear's way down a little bit more with the additional slip of the wheel spin and getting on the power and so on. But the pit stop continues on. A very aggressive wipe of the windscreen there just to make sure. I think one of the drivers in the Endurance prototype race yesterday called it crud on the windscreen because of all the dust and humidity. It was quite...
Was it an English driver?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, crud. That sounds like an English word. Yeah. I thought you were going to say French did. I was like, what have we been teaching?
Michael Stephen you spoke to yesterday? I think.
Oh, he's South African.
Yeah, but I remember him saying the word crud for what was on the windscreen because it was like, obviously, a very humid afternoon. And with all of the dust and things that get thrown up here. As the number 7 makes its way back out now after its pit stop. Seemed like quite a quick stop for that car. As, the 37 and the 98 getting a little bit friendly there through turn 3. They're all arriving right up behind Pierre Martinet now, who stays well out of the way of this battle. But Benjamin Pack moves to the front of the pack in the Mercedes. Olivier Favre in 2nd place now. And Olivier Gomez in 3rd position in the Vortex. Just checking. Oh, Lionel Amrouche has done another personal best sector as the battle goes on between cars 37 and 98. There's the Mercedes as well, overtaking the number 7 Porsche. So they're all quite packed together here, actually. Car 37, 98, 28 and 7 all really close together. And here they are on your screen now, making their way down towards turn 12. It's the Renault from the Porsche, from the Mercedes, who's already flashing his lights. And then another Porsche Cup car just behind. And the 7 pushing on after being briefly in the lead of the race earlier on. Has now managed to avoid all the drama of those cars almost tripping over each other. But Olivier Favre currently leading in the Porsche Cup class ahead of Gabriel Pemont. Enzo Riche on his outlap in the Vortex. He's back in the car. They're only silver driver in the team. And then we have Jean-Jacques Ardely behind him. Daniel Wyszynski is getting back in the 17 car. And we are ready for an interview with Monsieur Verdier.
À mes côtés, Tom Verdier. Tom, d'abord, bienvenue en Ultimate Cup European Series parce que c'est la première fois que vous faites votre apparition dans notre championnat. Quel est votre premier retour?
Bah, écoute, c'est une bonne expérience pour le moment. C'est un championnat qui est super intéressant, qui nous permet de faire du roulage et de pouvoir s'entraîner, découvrir des nouveaux circuits. Là, en l'occurrence, du coup, on est sur Aragon et c'est un circuit que je découvre et qui est vraiment super plaisant. Et peu de championnats proposent de rouler sur ce genre de circuit. Donc non, c'est super, je me régale. Je me régale vraiment.
It's a great championship where we can have a lot of track time. New circuit like Aragon. It's the first time Tom come in Aragon and he's really happy to be here. Comment se passe la course jusque-là? Vous êtes pour l'instant derrière la 123, même si au départ avec Lucas Desgranges, ça s'est bien battu.
Oui, bon, ça se passe plutôt bien. Sur mon premier relais, quand je me battais avec Lucas, j'avais des petits problèmes sur la voiture, des problèmes de surchauffe qui mettaient la voiture en mode de dégradé, donc on manquait un peu de puissance. Mais sinon, en dehors de ça, ça va bien. Le rythme est bon, c'est correct. Et voilà, on continue à chasser la 123 et on continue de s'amuser.
On his first team, Tom had some problems with the car, but he could battle with Lucas Desgranges. Now they are chasing the 1, 2, 3 and they are taking a lot of pleasure. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut vous souhaiter pour cette fin de course, Lucas?
Bon, le plus...
Top d'ailleurs.
Non, le but c'est vraiment de prendre du plaisir, donc on va essayer de continuer à s'amuser et voilà, et de continuer à la petite bataille avec peut-être Lucas ou Fred sur le dernier relais. Et voilà, c'est le principal, on est là pour s'amuser.
Vous serez là en piste d'ici combien de temps?
Je fais le relais final, donc d'ici une bonne demi-heure.
Merci Tom. Tom will do the last stint in around 30 minutes and he hopes to fight with Frédéric de Brabant, Lucas Desgranges and try to do the maximum with this car.
Thank you very much, Alexandre. Great to hear from more and more of our drivers as this race goes on. It's been quite the tale so far through this race. Lots going on, and it shows you that you don't need a huge grid of cars to have an interesting bout out there on the circuit. This car we have on screen right now is the 93 Alpine A110. I nearly said A130 then for some reason. But we have 5 laps, unfortunately, between this and the car ahead. They've not really had a smooth ride of it so far, and the 1, 2, 3 car is just in front of them on the circuit too. So they are unfortunately having to watch them disappear over the hill, and quite literally 5 laps ahead. It looked like there was maybe a bit of smoke coming from that Alpine for a second there. The left rear of that car was certainly emitting something. And keep our eye on it as he heads down now into turn 12. Not sure I can see any smoke or anything now. I wonder if it's maybe just a hot brake or something. You do get small brake fires, but hopefully the Alpine is not internally combusting, because they have done before. Simple as that. In fact, they are known for it, is the Alpine. It's a brilliant, brilliant car, and I will bang that drum until the cows come home. But yeah, it's unfortunately one that likes being on fire, as the Mercedes and the Renault have both buzzed their way past. The Renault has lost a number of laps. It's 4 laps down on the leader, but I tell you, it's still flying at a decent pace now, with Lucas Valka setting a 2-minute lap time. There's only one car on the track that is faster than that, and it is 3.5 seconds quicker. And that is Benjamin Pack in the Mercedes, the silver driver here. He is well acquainted with this car and well acquainted with this circuit, and absolutely blistering lap times from him. A 1:56.3 on that last lap. 1:57.9 though from Lucas Valka, so not a slow time at all. But yeah, Benjamin is really shifting here and making great use of that Mercedes grunt and capability. And he's flashing the lights here to let the Alpine know to get out of the way, which it does very quickly. Good stuff from Benjamin, staying out in front. doing a lovely job of just guiding this car around the circuit. It really looks like it's on rails at the moment. And there's just over an hour of this race left to go now. We are 3/4 of the way through here in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup here at Motorland Aragon. And at present, this car, Benjamin Pack, who has just set a purple Sector 1, leads the race from the back of the grid. Olivier Gomez in second position, 53 seconds down, is just going through the first sector now. Lionel Amrouche is in third place in the other Vortex, car 21. And just as I say them, car 21 has got a penalty. They have got a 10-second stop and go for speeding under full course yellow. That is massive, massive shame for the 21. They were putting in a very solid performance until now, and they have to suffer the pain of a stop and go, where they have to not only come down the pit lane slowly, but obviously come to a stop, wait and go back out. It looks like they're going to serve that as soon as possible. I can see from another camera that we have a team member stood out in the pit lane. We'll see what they make of it. There is the 22 Vortex just heading down the back straight now. We still have two of our Porsches close together just behind you. You're about to see them come into shot now. Olivier Favre and Jean-Jacques Ardely, just at the top of your screen. But there is the very unique looking Vortex. Hard onto the brakes into turn 16. And then taking it slightly slowly through 17 and 18, and I believe about to come into the pit lane. Let's see if they stay all the way over to the right. No, they carry on because it wasn't them that we were expecting into the pits. The other car is actually having its pit stop, but we're going to go to a quick ad break. We'll recap on this in just a moment's time.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final quarter of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. We are at Motorland Aragon, and we are having this fantastic 4-hour endurance race with our field of eclectic GT cars here this afternoon. Unfortunately, we have some retirements to report back on, and the tongue-twisting duo of Wyszynski and Szymkowiak have both retired from this race in cars 17 and 18. Mechanical reasons cited for both cars' end to the race, and it's a bit of a shame, really, Claire, because we were both getting used to saying their names off the tongue quite easily.
Yeah, it's a shame at any point when we lose drivers with this amount of time left, 54 minutes on the clock, and you're into the annoying time where it's that you've lasted 3 hours and you're ready to finish the race, and you know you've put all your time and effort into it today, and unfortunately it ends with a mechanical failure. So disappointment for 18 and for 17 as well. The two Porsches will not continue with this race. At the moment, the Mercedes of 28 has managed to put themselves back to the top of the standings, with Benjamin Pack, the silver driver, setting the fastest first sector. Olivia Gomez and Arnaud Gomez will probably be throwing their fists up in the air with a now that the Mercedes has got back up to full speed.
Let's not forget they've got pit stops under investigation, though, which could throw it back towards the Gomez brothers just after the race, I'm sure. And I think those investigations are going on into the evening after the race. So we'll wait and see. But yeah, Benjamin Pack putting in fantastic lap times at the minute. He's in the 156s, where nobody else in the field is less than 2 minutes. So he is absolutely spinning the circuit the other way. He's going that quickly. We look here at the number 7 car, Olivier Favre. I think is the 7. Yeah, it's Romain and Olivier Favre. I was going to say, I'm sure I said a different first name earlier for the Favre surname. Jan Penlu is the other driver that shares this car with them. But they've had good pace throughout. It's been one of the most consistent cars in the field. They chased down the 98 of Gabriel Pimont, who I believe is the reason that the team is called GP Racing Team. And I believe it's Gabriel's team, ahead of their lineup with Sébastien Loeb and Laurent Gaudy, Loic Thiers, Anthony Beltoise and Cyril Saleo in the other car, the 89, which did have a chance here of taking the championship lead, actually, because it's Beltoise and Saleo and Loic Thiers, actually, are all three tied on points, being part of the same car, but they have the chance here to get one over on Jean-Paul Pagny and Jean-Bernard Bouvet, because they are not here, quite simply, at this point. So we'll see how they get on into the later stage of the race, because that car right now is running in 7th. It's 4th in its class, but 7th overall. So we'll see if they can leapfrog the Vision Ferrari, which I'm sure will make a return for the remaining rounds of the championship. They've had 4 different drivers in that car so far this season. Bouvet and Pagny, as mentioned. David Hallyday, who's currently now 11th in the championship. He missed Paul Ricard, and then he only had 2 points in the last round. And Romain Iannetta was the driver that raced it at Paul Ricard. That car was very hard to beat, very consistently run, and wonderful pace by all of them involved. The 488 GT3 car, very hard to overcome for the rest of the field. Less than an hour to go here now, and the sun is still shining bright in the sky here in Spain. It's been fantastic all weekend, the weather, despite the humidity. Oh, dearie me, that's the 21 off the road, and makes a bit of a recovery. That's up at turn 5, and nearly hits its teammate as it tries to come back onto the circuit. Well, the 21 being driven by Philippe Bonnel, and you can see him weaving around a bit now to get the gravel out of it. Looked like he'd managed to have a spin there, Claire, and not go fully into the gravel, but ended up putting the gravel in the car by, well, recovering.
Yeah, almost flicked it into the car, didn't it? Didn't he? Philippe Bonnel running down in 8th at the moment. Lost out maybe a position there, didn't see the car that managed to get past them. So not what you want to see at this point in the race. Seems to have got going again and still chucking out a bit of gravel from the back of the car at the moment. As you can see, those tyres are quite dusty from the little run across the gravel. And unfortunately, yeah, these cars tend to hold a lot of the gravel inside them. If you've ever been in a pit lane and seen a car that's come from a little excursion across the gravel and come into the pit lane, it's and especially here with all the sand as well, there's a lot of sand that they're trying to clear up. They should get out the way of the car 28 behind.
It's interesting though, isn't it, that a car can do almost an entire in-lap trying to get rid of gravel and still have it falling out of it by the time it gets back to the pit lane. It's amazing how much they can retain in radiators and intakes and all sorts. Mercedes breezes past down the back straight, and yeah, once again Philippe Bonnel just weaving the car slightly onto the brakes as into the pits once again is car 1, 2, 3, the Alpine, leading its class and has moved up to 10th place overall actually now. This is going to be their final mandatory stop, doing a driver change, a quick hug and a pat on the back for the drivers. And it was Luca de Grange in the car earlier on, so now it'll be Frédéric de Brabant getting back in. Car looks very different to how it looked earlier on in the season, as we noticed yesterday during qualifying. It used to be a bright blue and pink in the, it was the Alpine F1 colours, wasn't it, that this car ran in, and now it, what did we describe it as yesterday? A mocha.
Mocha latte.
A mocha latte. And then I started talking about Vivaldi potatoes, because that's the livery it reminds me of. Still just under 50 minutes left now, and as you can see, still a lot of activity in the pit lane, and judged on the photo op in the background, there's going to be another car coming down pit lane just shortly.
Intrigued to see who it was, because everyone was getting excited by it. Can't quite see who it is at the moment. It looks like maybe one of the Vortex has come in.
Car 10 recently.
Timing screen is saying, I don't know them.
It does look like one of the Porsches. We can just see our camera making its way down there. It is one of the Porsches that's come in. So
let's look at the other way.
Must be the number 10. Team manager must report to race control from car 7. That is Olivier Favre's team manager, who is currently being summoned.
Car number 10, you're right.
Yeah, the black, red and white Porsche in the pit lane. I think our cameraman's trying to set up a fancy little shot here. Hopefully he can get that done before the
which you
before
can't see because it's not on your screen.
Yeah.
We are looking at the screen we've got in front of us, which is 47 minutes to go, and the reason we talk about that is because we can see another screen where our cameras are looking around, but at the moment we're concentrating on the 98 car, which is running in 3rd at the moment with Gabriel Permont at the wheel, and they've got one left of their mandatory pit stops to take. Olivier Gomez is the first of the field of the top 14 for the Gomez brothers in the Vortex car number 22 to have completed all of their mandatory pit stops. So they've got 47 minutes to make sure that they get it to the end now.
Yeah, they've just got to go flat out until the checkered flag at this point. Make the most of it and use that car's pace, because as we've seen many times this season, that car has fantastic pace, a wonderful bounce back and return after the big accident at Mugello. That car then took a race victory after scoring no points all season as well, it must be said. They didn't score points at Paul Ricard either, so going straight to Portimao and taking a race victory, A wonderful way to do it, as we have the Alpine rejoining the circuit there, just in front of the Renault. And with the number 7 Porsche, the Renault has to slide down the inside. And it's always the way that when we see this car on screen, they end up getting a penalty or some sort of warning.
I was going to say, the 1, 2, 3 is just the stewards are going to have to now chat to race the... Well, I'm confused because it says reported to the stewards constant abuse of track limits, so I don't know whether that's someone else has called in them abusing track limits repeatedly, or the stewards have seen it. It's
yeah, I think based on what we saw earlier in the race, I think that message came from somebody else as well. It was car 20 earlier on in the race, even on lap 18. It just said reported to stewards. I think it's just basically that it's been noted by them because they are continually getting 5-second penalties and adding them up more and more. So I think it's a general sort of overview of the amount of incidents they've had, and sort of, you know, you've had this many warnings and this many penalties. Why aren't you dialing it back? You know, why are you still doing this? Why must you persist?
Why
the
must you
stewards will say. And the other car to get it was car 28 as well, the race-leading Mercedes. And as we can see, that hasn't necessarily slowed them down that much. They are still on a mission. At the very front, the bright yellow TFT Racing Mercedes, a lovely addition to this grid. I think it was their debut, was it not, last time out at Portimao. They weren't with us for Paul Ricciardo and Mugello. And they are... Well, they've arrived on the scene and stretched their legs straight off the bat with this fantastic and huge, it must be said, car. It's a good old tank, is this Mercedes. These AMG GT3s have been around in GT3 racing for a good few years now, since maybe 2014-15, I think the first ones made their way in. This Evo version came out of the factory in 2020 with its humongous anglerfish-like mouth on the front of it. It's a very aggressive looking car. Very beautiful car at the same time though, just when you stand in front of it. I mean, Claire noticed it earlier on the broadcast, that the length of the thing is a humongous machine. But it's fantastic to see it alongside the likes of a BMW M6 GT3 or even the new Ford Mustang GT3. That thing is an absolute housing estate with wheels. And this Mercedes sort of fades into being a medium-sized car along with stuff like that. But it's great to look at. Very angry looking car. I'd hate to see it in my rear view mirror, especially with Benjamin Pack driving it at this sort of pace. He is outdoing everybody else in the field right now. There's been a few cars have their team manager requested to be seen by the stewards. One of them is car 28 actually, the race leader. One is, car 10 has just come under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. So we'll keep our eye out and see whether it's the case that they get another penalty, because I think speeding in the pit lane, we had a car do that earlier, and it was a 10-second stop and go. So we'll find out when that comes in. In fact, actually, I think there was a car had a minute. No, the minute stop and go was for the full course yellow procedure. That was the 28, which has just come into the pit lane, actually. Benjamin Pack. 3 cars in the pit lane that are still running in this race. Cars 37, 20 and 28. That's the Renault RS01. The 5th placed Vortex of Enzo Riche. And now Benjamin Pack in the race-leading Mercedes number 28. And now the Vortex flashing its lights, as we see here. Car 22 chasing down the number...
It's like number 98, isn't it? Is it 89 or 98?
Yeah, 89 teammate car that they are chasing down at the moment, so not as close a threat.
Yeah, which is down in 6th at the moment.
Not a bad recovery that, though, from the 89. I remember earlier on in the race, it was sat even outside the top 10 at one point. I think it was in 11th position. And the strobe-like headlights on the Vortex certainly making the message clear. They move over to the left-hand side. I bet that sounds fantastic going past on the driver's side down a straight like that, flat out from in the cockpit. I bet it rumbles. I bet the window starts to rattle as it goes by. But it's funny because in some weird ways, the Vortex looks like such a delicate and little car. It's very aggressive and beefy at the same time, but it still looks like a delicate machine. So the fact it makes a noise that has been summoned from the depths, it's such a wonderful mismatch. There is the other Vortex of car 20 sat in the pit lane. That's Enzo Riche, leaving the pit lane in Riche-like fashion. Lovely little burnout there from Enzo, making sure that he puts a little bit of temperature into the rear tyres. Not that they'll be struggling for temperature out there at the moment, Claire, because it is so warm, isn't it? Even though, well, we've got the sunlight back out again now, but for that middle stint of the race, it was a bit gloomy but still hot.
33 degrees out there, and it is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I made the mistake of popping out quickly a moment ago, and I had the jumper on because it's a bit chillier in here because we've got the aircon on, and I completely misread it as I was walking across the parking lot to, and I melted. I completely melted, and I was like, this is hotter than the sun. So yeah, 33 degrees out there at the moment, and 40 minutes left. The drivers will be feeling it for sure. Who else is in the pit lane at the moment? 37 has just come in for a pit stop, heading out now. Still have another pit stop to make, do the 37, and not long to do it now. I'm not sure they've time this one as well as they could. The Mercedes is also in from the lead, and they are having tyre changes for the final part of the race. Their pit stops are all a bit skew if we're not entirely sure where they're at because they've got penalties against their pit stops.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what happens with that actually after the race. There are 2 other cars further down with little asterisks. Asterix.
Oh, well, don't
I think it's asterisk.
Asterisk.
It's asterisk, and said in a French accent over our headset by our yeah, we've got all of our French producers and everyone are now talking in our ears, repeating the same word again and again.
Well, actually, I think you'll find it's from ancient Greece, thanks to the French speakers. Asterisk. What am I saying wrong? Asterisk.
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 No.
Asterix
is like it was Renault.
Everyone's saying it in my ears now. It's got a star next to it, all right? It's under investigation.
Yeah, so there's 2 others with asterisks next to their name, which is Pierre Martinet and Benoit Puyen.
Oh, we're actually going to tell people. Yeah,
they've had some form of issue with penalties, or they're going to be under investigation for their pit stops a little bit later on, whether they've been under the minimum time or whether they've come in at a time when they shouldn't have done, if it's under full course yellow, when the pit lane was closed. There's all manner of things it could be. So, yeah, we'll obviously check official documents and so on between rounds, and that might have to be something that's reported on in Manicourt in nearly a month's time. So you'll have to join us again for that one. But
I've never lived out, so my pronunciations of things are just in general a bit odd sometimes. So for a while I used to say, instead of ambulance, I used to say ambulance. No one knows why. And I was once on air doing an F1 race when Valtteri Bottas was still racing, and I just made a comment that he was drinking an espresso, and I hear in my ear, "Did you just say espresso?"
Oh, no.
And I was like, no, surely I didn't. Listen back, said espresso, didn't I?
Espresso.
Rather than espresso.
Oh,
it's just my brain, which is great for someone that's paid to talk out loud for a living. But yes, just the disgust in my producer's voice when he came across and said, "Did you just say espresso?" And I was like, no.
An odd one that I heard. A while ago was with the word spaghetti, actually. A friend's son of mine was 4 years old at the time and used to say biscotti a lot.
Oh, I like that. Well, he was only 4 in fairness.
Yeah,
I'm
but
in my 30s.
but what happened was a friend of ours was at his house with him when he mentioned this change in the word, and he was like, no, it's not spaghetti, it's biscotti. And we started winding him up to make him think that this was the word. And then we heard him use it maybe a year or so later, and unironically as well, he seemed to believe that there was another way of saying spaghetti that he'd never heard of called buschetti.
When I was younger, I couldn't say the name Penelope. I said Pelemity.
Pelemity, wow.
So I think it's been a lifelong thing of just... I also read things phonetically, so I have to be really clear when I say pronunciation, because I know there's n in it, because someone once pulled me up for pronunciation, which obviously is wrong. So pronunciation. So I have to be really careful with how, when I phonetically write things, it's like county and country. Sometimes I can get those two because you just read them quickly. So anyway, maybe Renault Arnold will be able to oh my God.
Speaking of pronunciations.
Renault, save us from this. Renault Lacroix is in the pit lane and he's waiting by and he's giving a look, which means he's listening to the English commentary, which means I'm slightly in trouble.
We just call
Let's
him Renault.
Let's go to him.
Peugeot
Renault,
anyway.
it's you. You're on.
It seems like we might have to wait for a second for said interview.
He's walked off in a strop.
Yeah, I
he's
think
so angry we've got the name
They're adjusting
wrong.
their position, I think, so they can have the interview now. Just give us a moment; they'll be ready to go.
He's always ready. Let's start. Let's go. This time we go, says my producer.
Who turned off my microphone? Alexandre, I think it's you. Bad Alexandre. I'm sorry for this. And yes, no, I'm gonna speak French. Je vais parler français. On parlera anglais après. Oui, je fais la tête des mauvais jours, je ne suis pas le seul, même si là maintenant ça sourit. Voilà, vous voyez, je remonte le moral des équipes qui sont en détresse. Je suis avec Jules Doncieux, team manager de cette équipe numéro 18, qui malheureusement n'est plus en piste. Racontez-nous, que s'est-il passé ?
Et oui, malheureusement, on a une transmission qui a explosé sur un tour au niveau du T16. Et donc, ça marque la fin de notre course.
Est-ce qu'il y avait quelque chose qui pouvait prévoir que ça allait arriver ? Est-ce qu'il y a eu des alertes durant cette course ?
Malheureusement, absolument aucune. On a re-regardé les vidéos, on a débriefé avec les pilotes pour voir s'il y avait des signes qui auraient pu être donnés avant. Mais non, elle a cassé d'un coup. Et puis voilà, on était en tête de notre catégorie, on jouait peut-être le général. Et voilà, c'est une grosse déception pour tout le team. Mais on reviendra plus fort à Manicourt.
So a transmission failure, kind of brutal. They had no alert previously during the race. They looked at the replays, they discussed with the drivers, but there were no indications whatsoever that the transmission would fail. Quand est-ce qu'on va vous revoir donc à Manicourt et quelles leçons on va tirer de cette course en Aragon pour revenir plus fort à Manicourt ?
C'est un petit peu le problème avec ce genre de casse, c'est que les leçons à en tirer, c'est qu'on reste dans du sport auto et qu'il y a des choses qui échappent à notre contrôle. Le point positif du week-end, c'est qu'on a montré un rythme qui était excellent. On sait qu'on peut tenir ce rythme sur une course complète. Et donc maintenant, c'est juste une histoire d'avoir un petit peu de chance.
It's hard to learn a lesson when it's a transmission failure, but this was a great weekend anyway for this 18 team, so they know they can compete for the win for the next race in Manicourt. Jules Doncieux, le week-end est quand même pas fini pour vous, on vous retrouve dans quelques instants, c'est ça. Oui, il a le sourire, c'est grâce à moi. Je devrais faire ça avec toutes les équipes qui abandonnent. On vous retrouve très vite, c'est ça ?
Oui, je vais prendre le départ pour la course 4 de GT Sprint. Ça s'est plutôt très bien passé jusque-là pour moi ce week-end. Donc on va essayer de conclure le week-end avec un 4e podium consécutif.
Jules Doncieux will be racing in the GT Sprint race just after this one, so we wish you all the luck possible. Merci beaucoup Jules Doncieux, malheureux dans cette course mais avec toujours le sourire.
Thank you to our resident French in the pit lane, giving us all the entertainment that we deserve and want. And interesting there, car number 18, he was talking about having issues, no warning at all, car just went kaput.
Yeah, a big shame for them, and like they said, no warning at all, it just happens out of the blue. And this is the thing with these cars, you know, they're very highly strung machines at this level of competition. You never know when something's going to go wrong. We've all seen it where a sudden failure will take a car out of the race, or it might even run out of fuel as well. That tends to happen.
We're looking at you, car 37.
Car 22 is on our screens now and is in the lead of the race after the most recent pit stop by Benjamin Pack and his team. Car 28 is currently just heading round Sector 1, but they are, I believe, over a lap behind Olivier Gomez. They have now completed 92 laps, and yeah, Benjamin Pack has completed 91. So with half an hour left to go, that machine leads the way. And I've just seen now that Benjamin Pack's pit stops have lost an asterisk, and they've now gone down to 1 instead of 2.
Must have served his penalty.
Yeah, either that or they've found no issue with it. Don't know.
Or maybe they got bored of us saying asterisk.
Yeah, they didn't want to. They didn't want us to come out with the plural of it, so they thought, put them to rest.
Yeah. Just let's do a single one. Alpine then in We're going to see the last lot of the pit lanes all starting to shake out now. Olivier Favre in the number 7 still got another pit stop to take, as well as the 98, which has got Gabriel Pemont at the wheel at the moment. And also 89 is coming out, which means it probably is going to tick down its final pit stop. And it will let us know shortly. The 89 is out, so I don't know if they had 2 pit stops still to go. You'd be surprised at that, but
yeah, this late
must be waiting. Yeah, must be waiting to tick down. And car number 21, Philippe Bonnel, is also on 1 stop, and the 37. So interesting to see who will come in, because the pit stop window will shut as well at a certain time, and they will not be able to take any more pit stops. We're going to go down to speak shortly to one of the drivers from car number 17, and Renault will bring us all of the information from the pit lane. So let's actually head down to him, because he looks like he's standing by and he's ready, and he's going to bring us all the information.
Peut-être des mauvais jours, 2 d'affilée décidément. Je suis avec Benjamin Lessen, pilote de la numéro 17, qui est là dans les stands. Ça veut dire qu'elle n'est pas en piste, ça veut dire qu'il s'est passé des choses. Racontez-nous un peu, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé dans cette équipe RR by Restivity?
Bah écoutez, le début de course s'est bien passé. Mes équipiers ont fait du bon travail. Ensuite, moi, quand j'ai pris le relais, on était de loin les plus rapides en piste, donc c'était assez chouette jusque-là. Et puis là, malheureusement, sur le dernier changement, on a eu au niveau du porte-moyeu quelque chose qui a cassé, et donc on n'a pas su, voilà, c'était comme voilé. Et puis ici, impossible de retirer l'écrou, donc ils ont dû le disquer, etc. Et puis il y a des choses qui sont cassées, donc on ne sait pas repartir. Voilà.
It was a great start of the race for Benjamin Lessen and the number 17 team, but a wheel broke down inside the wheel. Actually, I'm not even sure I can translate that properly in English, but I'm sure you will understand what I mean. And they weren't able to take out the lug nut of the wheel, so they are not able to keep racing today. So it's withdrawal from this race. Est-ce que vous aviez, est-ce qu'il y avait des alertes dans cette course qui vous permettaient de penser que ça allait casser aussi brutalement?
Non, non, c'est mécanique, c'est arrivé vraiment d'un coup. La voiture allait très bien avant ça, donc voilà, vraiment dommage.
So again, no alert whatsoever before it broke down. Qu'est-ce qu'on tire comme leçon de cette course qui était quand même assez positive jusque-là? Et est-ce qu'on vous reverra à Manicourt?
Alors moi, personnellement, je ne serai pas à Manicourt. L'équipe sera là, mon équipage sera là, mais moi je serai de l'autre côté en Espagne pour faire une autre course, mais l'équipage sera là et il sera très fort.
So we won't see Benjamin again at Manicourt, but the team will be here to compete for victory once again. Merci beaucoup, Benjamin Lessen. Thank you very much.
The Belgian racing driver then chatting to Renault, and you could kind of see his body language was a bit forlorn by that situation, and such a small thing that wheel nuts just caught, and they're going to have to slice off half the car to get it out.
Yeah, it's a huge shame, and like you say, something so little can cause such a knock-on effect. I can tell you from another camera angle that we can see, there is one of the vortexes in the pit lane. I believe that's car 21, Philippe Bonnel.
It doesn't look very happy.
No, serving their final stop. The car is up on the stands, and it is, well, currently having a lot of bits checked over on the rear, by the look of it. So we'll see what the progress is like on that car and whether it does go back out. Luckily, we have our sort of second angle behind the scenes that we'll try and describe to you when the cameraman heads down the pit lane. But on the main screen right now, we have car number 7, currently running in 3rd place, Romain Favre, leading the Porsche Cup class as well, a whole lap ahead of Laurent Gaudy in car number 98. You can see him trail braking round turn 5 there, just keeping a little bit of brake pressure on just to help stabilise the car around. And on screen now,
driver out.
The vortex. Look at the fluid underneath it. There is fluid leaking very quickly underneath that car.
It is indeed. It's plugged in. Unplug it.
You can see that.
I saw someone with the bucket. I'm guessing that's what the bucket's for.
Most probably, yeah. They're gonna put it on its trays now. They're gonna lower it down and then wheel it into the garage.
Yeah, that's gonna put a lot of oil. So that the bucket, I would assume, is someone that will cover up the oil so that no one else slips on it.
Hopefully so.
No one else really should be coming into the pit lane. But unfortunate for the Vortex car number 21, it's had its fair share of ups and downs this race, and it ends in a curtain call.
Yeah, it was one car that didn't have a penalty for very long into the race, actually. It was the latest one to get a stop and go, though. They were speeding under the latest full course yellow. That wasn't the car that went off, was it, earlier on? It was the 89 that went off, and then the Renault obviously came to a stop. They were the only reasons for full course yellows so far. Actually, no, we had the 18 as well, didn't we, which stopped at the final sector. But it's been quite a drama-free race otherwise here this afternoon at Motorland Aragon. We have just over the length of one of our GT sprint races left to go here. And there is the site of the Vortex in the garage.
Problem is now, though, the 22 of Arnaud Gomez is going to be asking what happened.
Yeah, to worry about whether that's going to happen to them.
Yeah, because if that happens to them, then they're out of the lead, which they are comfortably leading at the moment.
Brilliantly.
Benjamin Pack, who has maybe got a penalty coming his way from Romain Favre, who's leading the Porsche Cup, who also seems to have quite a comfortable lead as well at the moment. So be interesting to see what happens from here. Car number 20, which is the other Vortex, is currently down in 5th at the moment, which has had a good recovery from picking up penalties and all sorts.
Yeah, they had lots of them.
Yeah, they have. And they would be 3rd in class, so I think the Vortex would be happy with that Vortex team, 2 in the top 5.
Definitely. Especially as, again, they continue to develop and update this car. You know, they always remind us that it is a car that is being worked on.
One for the road, car number 10, stop-go penalty. 75 seconds for speeding in the pit lane.
Wow.
That is a big, hefty one. And that's for, actually, it's quite a big one because it's 3rd in the Porsche class. And they're currently 6th overall, which is upsetting, I'm sure, because that's quite a hefty time penalty.
Yeah, that's a huge...
75 seconds is a very specific amount. I don't think I've ever seen 75 seconds.
I'm trying to figure out how they've got to that conclusion.
Well, it's just they've built up.
Yeah.
From all the track limits they've got. So how many is that? How many 5s go into 7?
Well, they had a speeding under the full course yellow earlier, but that was the only other penalty that we've got.
Don't know.
I wonder whether it's based on the speed they were doing or.
So we are back down at Vortex to chat to one of the drivers who looks like they've just stepped out of the car. Unfortunate for the 21 car. Let's head down and hear from Vortex and see what happened.
Je suis un chat noir, d'accord, je l'admets, je l'avoue. On en est à ma 3e interview, 3e voiture qui abandonne. Je suis avec Lionel Amrouche, pilote de la numéro 21, la Vortex, qui a pourtant fait une superbe course. On va commencer par les choses qui fâchent. Qu'est-ce qui se passe sur cette voiture ?
Très sincèrement, je n'ai pas l'information. Je devais monter dans la voiture. Philippe Bonnel, lui, a très bien roulé. Enfin, vraiment, ça a très bien marché jusqu'alors. Et là, on rentre et là, il y a une petite fuite d'huile. Alors, c'est peut-être pas grand-chose, mais on préfère ne prendre aucun risque et voilà, on arrête. Bon, peut-être que ça finirait, hein, très certainement, mais bon, on préfère ne pas prendre de risques.
So Lionel Amrouche still doesn't know what the problem is exactly, but we have all seen that there is an oil leak, a fluid leak at least, and maybe the car could finish the race, but they will not take any risk at this point and they will withdraw from the race. On va parler de la course maintenant, des choses qui font sourire. C'était quand même une excellente course. On s'apprêtait à faire un très bon résultat pour toute l'équipe Vortex. Allez-y, déroulez-nous un petit peu cette course. Comment ça s'est passé? Comment vous l'avez senti?
Alors, en ce qui nous concerne, donc là, Philippe a pris un bon départ. On a été effectivement très prudent. Et on s'est dit 4 heures, bon, c'est pas très long. On a surtout l'habitude de faire des 12 heures ou des 24 heures. Donc 4 heures, ça reste un sprint quasiment. Et donc là, bon, ça se déroulait vraiment très bien. La voiture était extraordinaire. On prenait énormément de plaisir. Ce circuit est en plus formidable. Et voilà, donc ça s'arrête là. Mais encore une fois, vraiment, c'était très agréable. Ouais. Et puis bon, on a 2 autres voitures qui sont devant et qui, elles, a priori, sont sur le podium, enfin, à l'instant T. Donc c'est pas mal, c'est bien pour l'équipe.
they had a safe start of the race, but they were enjoying immensely this race and this track. They were having a lot of pleasure driving these cars, and they were expecting good results, obviously, but they still have 2 cars in the race, 2 Vortex that can win this race. And yeah, they were enjoying it also because it's only for them, it's only 4 hours. And they are used to driving 24 hours, so it's just kind of a game for them. And see, he's not even tired today. So, Lionel Ambrouche, merci beaucoup pour et on espère vous revoir très vite.
À très très bientôt. Merci.
See you soon.
Lionel Ambrouche then, speaking about the Vortex. Interesting that he thought that they might be able to continue with the massive leak coming out of the car.
Yeah.
But I guess he knows more than I do. But yeah, it seemed to be leaking fluid quite a lot, and it would be, I think, quite a risk to decide to put that car back out on track, regardless, and obviously a risk that they haven't taken. But yeah, interesting to hear that they thought they could have. Arnaud Gomez then still leads the way. Benjamin Pack stretching his legs out there a little bit and setting some fast sectors, and still third in the overall category, and first in the Porsche category is Romain Favre. This then is the other Vortex, the sister Vortex of the 21. It's the 22 which is leading the way, and I'm sure is hopefully not watching too hard what's been going on in the pit lane, because the other one is currently having a rest.
Yes, yeah, it's gone to bed for now, but they are scratching their heads and looking into the engine bay in that garage, while Benjamin Pack in the Mercedes is doing purple sectors. At the moment, he's done a purple sector.
There's a parrot in the room.
Oh, really?
What I just said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I was reading the times
it just
further
made me
down.
laugh because it was seconds after I just went, Benjamin Pack is setting fastest sectors out
Oh, sorry. I was reading
Go
the
on, tell
times
him again.
I was reading. Do you know that Benjamin Pack's actually just done a purple first sector? He's currently 6 seconds a lap faster than Arnaud Gomez, and continuing to chase them down. However, he is basically at the other end of the circuit and still a lap down from what we can see. We'll check when he crosses the line if it's definitely a full lap, because I think he might have gained a bit of time back here, and he's maybe a minute. Yes, it's a minute and 13. He's just done the fastest lap of the race now, actually, as Benjamin. 1 minute and 13 seconds down. So with 20 minutes to go, I'm going to hedge a bet and say it's not completely over, but we'll see. We'll see how this fight goes until the end. The Vortex on screen now leads the way, though, and with 2 of them together on the same back straight, making a brilliant noise. That is the 20 just behind them of Roland Marchi. We have Favre and Gody, the 2 lead Porsches, still separated by quite a lot here. I believe there's over a minute between those 2. There's 24 seconds between Loic Thiers and Thibaut Caray, but that was before the number 89 came into the pit lane last. They are still in the pit lane now. And here is the Mercedes that is absolutely launching itself around the circuit with Benjamin Pack at the wheel. It's been one of the highlight cars of the weekend as this Mercedes. It's been lovely to see it, but it's been mighty exciting in both forms. It's been ridiculously fast, but also prone to spins and penalties. So they've really come in and stirred the pot this weekend. Now they're hoping not to overly stir the pot of the Alpine. Car 1, 2, 3 just moving out of the way. Hop and skip and jump over the curb and then blast it down the back straight towards turn 16. Another car that makes a brilliant noise. Mercedes' famous 6.3 litre V8 engine in the front of that car. It's a massive old unit. They are also having a slight headlight malfunction, similar to what we saw on Enzo Richet's Nova Proto yesterday.
So I asked Enzo about that,
Oh, yeah?
and he said he didn't know there was any issue or knew of any issue, but he said the only thing he could think of is that the light had somehow come slightly detached, but he had no knowledge of it.
Yeah, not down to contact or anything, because I don't think they weren't one of the cars. There was 2 cars knocked together early on, but I don't think they were one of them, were they?
Don't know.
I think there was.
We've watched a lot of motor races.
We have, yeah. I think it might have been them, but still, if it's just a tiny bit loose.
Enzo might have had a bit of contact at the beginning of the race
With the number 9, I think it was.
Yes. Now I use my brain for 10 seconds.
But the Mercedes at the end of the straight, we may see it if we stick with it here, but when it gets to the end of the straight and they slam on the brakes, the headlight just tends to flash once on the right-hand side. Only the right headlight. It's funny what you notice during endurance races where there's not constant overtakes. But yeah, this car absolutely flying. Again, last lap round, 5.4 seconds quicker than Arnaud Gomez. The gap has gone down from 1 minute and 13 to 1 minute and 8. And that is before we even take into consideration this next lap time. But 16 and a half minutes to go now here at Motorland Aragon. And we see the number 7 Romain Favre Porsche on our screen. The cameraman was, I think, expecting it to go around the corner a little bit faster than that there as it heads up to turn 18. But I'm hoping to see that Mercedes get on the brakes again, and we'll see it slam on with the headlight flashing away. These Porsches always look and sound so well put together. Just all seems to be a wonderful package of a race car. Hence why it's so successful and raced the world over. There's Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, there's Porsche Carrera Cup France, Spain. They have an Americas series as well. They have Porsche Carrera Cup in Asia, all over the world. And then obviously they have the World Championship as well, which often supports a lot of the Formula One rounds. All made up of these 992 machines. And the 28 has come back into the pits, unfortunately, after this big chase for the race lead.
Well, technically it says they have one pit stop left to take, so it might just be mandatory.
Yeah.
So
we did wonder whether that was because it was, you know, not confirmed as a valid one.
No, it still goes down. It will still go down to the amount that you have.
Ah, right, I see.
So they still had one pit stop to go.
Ah, I misunderstood that earlier, sorry.
Yeah, but I think I did say that, but it's not that because I remember it now from before. So yeah, it should count it down. We'll find out in a minute, which will be exciting.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We'll see what the situation is with Romain Favre, who we have on screen here behind them as well, and whether they can catch up. Just interestingly, saw another Porsche in the garage from our roaming camera where we can see it in a background shot. There was another Porsche, number 45, that does not appear on any of our documents or anything, that was hidden away in one of the garages, interestingly enough. It looks like we're going to be getting ready for an interview in just a moment's time.
Yeah.
We continue to watch Romain Favre.
Looks
third
like
place overall.
We've got Jan Penlo and Olivia Favre lined up for an interview at TB Autosport. Jan Penlo hasn't been in the car for a while, actually. Have we seen Penlo in the car?
Yeah, they started the race.
Yeah, but yeah, not for a while. Anyway, let's hear from them because we'll be able to hear everything, I'm sure, as Renault is standing by with the two. Let's hear from them.
Et pour changer un peu, je suis avec des pilotes qui n'ont pas abandonné. Et j'espère ne pas leur porter la poisse parce que sinon ils m'ont promis que ça allait très mal se passer pour moi. Je suis avec l'équipe de B Autosport qui mène en plus la catégorie Porsche Challenge. On va commencer avec le pilote qui a démarré cette course, Yann Panlou. Racontez-nous un peu ce début de course, comment ça s'est passé?
On avait un super bon rythme sur le début de course. Là on était P2 de la catégorie, là j'étais derrière Sébastien, on s'est suivi tout le relais. Moi j'ai poussé un peu plus, du coup j'ai pris la tête sur la fin. On avait un super équilibre, une bonne dégradation. Après, compliqué au niveau pilote, parce qu'il fait vraiment chaud dans les voitures. Voilà, donc j'ai donné la voiture en tête à Olivier. Il a fait un super relais. Et après, il a donné la voiture à son fils. Et voilà. Puis je fais mon deuxième relais. J'ai poussé le plus que je pouvais. Et aujourd'hui, pour l'instant, on récolte les fruits. Donc on croise les doigts. On espère que ça va tenir jusqu'à la fin.
Jan Panlou did a very good start. He left the car to his teammate in first position, and during his second stint, he just had to push even harder. And deuxième dans la voiture, vous avez donc récupéré cette voiture qui a été déjà bien chaude. Comment ça s'est passé pour vous?
Alors déjà, le circuit il est juste magnifique, parce que je pense que c'est mon circuit préféré. Très très bien, j'ai fait un relais satisfaisant. Bon, j'ai pris un drive-through parce que Romain a fait plusieurs track limits. J'ai rendu la voiture en tête et Romain va finir le travail.
Olivier Favre took the second stint and he loves this track, so of course he was at ease behind the wheel. He just had to give the wheel to his son, Romain, and the car was still in first position. Mais on va continuer là-dessus. Parlez-nous un peu, qu'est-ce que ça fait de courir en famille avec son propre fils dans ce championnat?
Bah là, c'est un peu l'amusement parce que Romain court également en LMP3, en Michelin Cup. On partage des moments assez fabuleux. Des fois, c'est un peu chaud parce qu'on n'a pas les idées, les réglages sur la voiture. Il veut une voiture plus agressive. Moi, j'ai une voiture plus confort. Donc, des fois, on a des relations un peu tendues, mais c'est super sympa.
Between father and son, sometimes there are tensions within the team because the father wants a comfortable car and the son wants a very fast car. And the son is also, Romain Favre is also a driver in LMP3, so you can understand he wants to go as fast as he can. Allez, maintenant la dernière question pour Yann Panlou. Parlez-nous un peu de cette équipe, en général, le 2B Autosport, et comment ça se passe au sein de cette équipe, la cohésion des différents membres. J'ai l'impression qu'il y a plutôt une bonne ambiance.
Dans cette équipe, ça fait quoi maintenant 17 ans qu'on roule chez eux, donc c'est un peu l'ambiance familiale. C'est des gens très compétents. Là-dessus, on se repose sur eux totalement. Après, nous, on essaye d'amener ce qu'on peut pour leur régler la voiture au mieux, mais le but après, c'est de passer un bon week-end, parce que le lundi, il faudra retourner au boulot pour pouvoir rouler la course d'après. Donc c'est vraiment le but, c'est de l'amusement et passer un bon moment entre copains.
The 2B Autosport team is a kind of a family team, and it's a 17 years cooperation between them. So you can imagine how much they know each other by now. And obviously, they know each other so well they can win this race in the Porsche Cup category now. Merci beaucoup Yann Panlou et Olivier Favre, et vous passerez nos amitiés à votre fils qui est dans le baquet actuellement et qui peut gagner cette course dans la catégorie Porsche. On croise les doigts. Fingers crossed for them.
Romain Fav out there at the moment, running in third place in the number 7 Porsche. And Renault speaking to his father, Olivier Fav, and of course Yann Panlou, who is the co-driver alongside them. And great to hear from them, and loving what he had to say about his son, Romain, who is like... Renault said is a very skilled driver in LMP2, and pretty sure he took part in, I want to say Le Mans, but maybe not. But he's done a lot of categories around recently, and it might have been Road to Le Mans. I'll have to look it up. Yeah, great to hear from the number 7 Porsche leading car at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a great drive from them, to be fair. They showed good pace in the early stages, but weren't right up at the sharp end of the field. So it's been lovely to see that the consistency has kept them right in the pack, and Laurent Gaudy in the 98 and the rest of that squad haven't quite been able to best them at this stage. They are now a lap behind, but as is the nature of a 4-hour race.
Well, that 98 car has also had a couple of penalties with Laurent Gaudy at the wheel at the moment. They have had a couple of penalties. I'm not sure. The number 7's had a couple of issues as well, hasn't it?
Yes, I've got 2 written down, 2 5-second track limits penalties for the number 7.
Yeah.
But in terms of the 98, they've had a 10-second stop and go.
Yeah.
They've had 2 or 3 5-second penalties.
Yeah, they've had a couple more, thought they had. So, and the same as car number 20, the Vortex, sitting 5th at the moment. They've also had a couple. So, and car number 10, I think that was the one that had the 75 second speeding in the pit lane one, which I guess speeding in the pit lane, the 75, they must have done it twice. Stop and go, they must, or done it, I don't know.
Yeah, I was still trying to figure that out, because sometimes based on how much time you lose in a pit lane, they will then adjust penalties accordingly so that it sort of amounts to doing maybe like 2 drive-throughs or something. They can also adjust it based on the length of the lap of the race as well. So it depends on like if they lose a lap or whether they lose half a lap, whatever it may be. So it could have been anything really, because it's hard to sort of adjust the maths and see it from how they would do it. But yeah, it's hard to match stuff up to it and say, this would work. The puzzle pieces aren't quite lined up in my brain at the moment for that. But even still, it does seem like a very random number, 1 minute and 15 seconds. There's the 98 machine going around turn 9. Sébastien Loeb in this squad alongside Laurent Gaudy, who is behind the wheel now, and Gabriel Pimont.
Laurent Gaudy, who is his co-driver in rallying, as well as, I believe, partner in life.
Yes. Yeah, lovely to see that partnership move over into a different car and category as well. It's great, that. Really, really great.
Yeah, very talented driver is Laurent Gaudy, and obviously representing females on the grid. We have quite a few in the Ultimate Cup Series, actually. We've got Solian Amrouche, who's in the Ligier Formula Cup. We have in the GT Sprint.
Yeah, Marine Pidou.
And we also have Healy.
Chloe Hellery as well in the Midjet.
Yeah, in the Midjet. And there is another one.
You mentioned Solian Amrouche.
Solian Amrouche, yes, in the Ligier Formula Cup. So anyway, it's nice to see, obviously, women very much included and welcomed in this paddock, and it would be great to see more, of course, but takes time for such things to progress.
Yeah, 100%, but it's been great to see them not just competing, but obviously there's been competitive drives from them as well.
Solian Amrouche got a podium.
Yeah, fantastic result, and her and the team celebrated brilliantly yesterday. She's still here as well, of course, with Lionel Amrouche in this race. We saw her in the background of the Vortex garage just earlier on. We've actually had a personal best come in this late on in the race. Tom Verdier in the 93 Alpine A110 has done their fastest lap after nearly 4 hours. They finally got there, but he's cracked on and got it done. We don't have any cars now that are due back into the pits, as the window would have closed way by now.
They're not under investigation anymore.
Yes.
Car number 28 for UCS1, whatever was going on there, they have had what would show a penalty up against their mandatory pit stop. What?
I've just seen a slow Renault RS01 going into turn 12. I mean, it's not in
37
contention.
seems to be in the pit lane. Or it's on its out lap. It's currently at turn 1340. It's there.
Yeah.
And it's going slow.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just saw it going really slowly down to turn 12, and it sounded low on revs.
On an out lap. So it's just come into the pit lane. So I wonder if it's just a new driver getting... I don't know if they had a driver change.
Christophe Duino's possibly... He's a very, very quick driver as well for them. He was setting times... Well, it's him and Lucas Valka. Both of them are rapid.
The 98 is just overtaken. No, not again. It's the same place.
Is this not a replay from earlier?
It's the same place.
No. I hope it's not run out of fuel again. If they do that twice in one race, they will not live that down.
Let's see if we can go back to the 37 and see what's going on, because it still seems to be making its way slowly around turn 16. It's heading up and round at the moment, but it seems to have an indicator on.
Yeah.
So hopefully we could pop back and see the 37 and see where it is. It's heading back to the pit lane, maybe. It's at turn 18 at the moment. Seems to have...
It's coming into
still
the pits.
going, and yeah, I thought it was coming into the pits now. So an issue in the last 5 minutes for car number 37, the Renault, running in 8th at the moment, and trundles through the pit lane, as we can see in one of our other cameras, as the stewards are getting the boards ready, the 1, 2 and 3. So that's very poignant, isn't it, watching them go by. What could have been a race victory for car number 37 is no longer, because it's sitting in the pit lane and seems to have made its way and stopped there now, but not something you like to see, and it seems to have turned its transponder off as well, so we haven't got it showing in the pit lane, which maybe...
No, they go off when they go into the pits.
Oh yes, that's true. That is true. It's been a long 4 hours.
It has been a long 4 hours. We were saying
it's
before...
It's been a great race, but a long 4 hours.
Yeah, the first 2 hours were in the blink of an eye. The second have been... There's been a lot of moving the puzzle pieces to try and figure out who's going to be where.
I think that's where my brain is broken.
It takes its toll on the brain, definitely.
As it looks at the moment, though, 3 minutes left to go. Car number 37 back in the pit lane, probably, I'm guessing, for its final hurrah, and it looks like Arnaud Gomez is going to take the win alongside his brother Olivier in the UCS1 category, car number 22. And after all of its woes, it looks like Patrick Charlet is going to bring that Mercedes, the beautiful Mercedes you can see there behind the Porsche, in overall second, and despite all of the woes it's had. This, though, is the leading car, making its way round for the final few laps, and scared me slightly with a puff of smoke, but I think it's a bit of dust.
Thought I held my breath.
It's a bit of dust, I think. The track's just getting a bit dusty out there. Third at the moment would be, and leading and winning the Porsche category, would be Romain Favre in car number 7. So it looks like the top 3 overall hopefully has been decided by this point, but all can happen still. They're lapping at the moment, these cars, at a 1:58, but probably 2 minutes. So this will probably be the penultimate lap compared. So at the moment, sorry, I was just going to say, turn 15 is where they're coming around at the moment. There's 2 minutes left on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap.
That car
I'm not happy.
That car is not at full speed. I'm sorry, Claire.
I know.
It is not at full speed. This, I'm sure it might be just the case that he's looking after it in the final few laps.
I'm not sure.
They're winding the clock down, but there was definitely what we thought was dust before. There was definitely a small sort of. It's a barely visible cloud of smoke. But look.
No, that's the engine.
No.
Okay, that is a slow moving. Oh, that is.
He's going to just tickle it home. Tickle it home. Come on, sunshine.
Right, so he's not come into the pit lane, so there can't be that much of a problem. He's gone past the pits and continued up towards turn 1. Takes the tight left-hander through turn 1. Let's see if we can see the rear again as it goes to turn 2. We've taken a different bit of a shot so we can watch the wide as it goes towards turn 2 and 3.
Just looking at the laps, though, I think Patrick Charlet is over a lap behind, so I'm not sure what the completion of the race will be like if it retires on this lap, whether it will still count as finishing the race or not. Because
let's not put that into contention. Let's just carry on watching and hope that this car is very smoky.
It's downhill after turn 15. Just hold the clutch.
Very smoky. That's an issue there for a Vortex. Right, where are we on the track? At the moment, we are coming up to turn 7, and only half the lap really to go from here. Can this Vortex hold on, Charles? Charles, use your
that's
full
the
name.
first time.
Charles.
Oh, I must be in trouble. I know when my mum
panic.
calls me Charles, I'm in trouble.
Okay, round turn 10.
Oh no, it's still smoking, but it's still going well under its own power at least. That's faster than most cars would go around there.
It's down a couple of seconds on everyone else, though, on that first sector.
A couple? Look at the last lap.
Well, 20 seconds nearly. No,
Wow.
15 seconds slower on that last lap with these issues for the 22 Vortex, and it is crawling round this final lap.
Oh my word. I tell you, we often talk about the reliability of these Vortexes, but this is in one of the most exciting ways becoming the conclusion to the race of will the car make it. After 4 hours, it suddenly becomes a 3.5 minute sprint to the flag.
Down in 10 seconds as well in sector 2, so losing time like it's going out of fashion out there.
Keeping it in the middle of the road just to be sure as well, just so he's got a bit of clear space around him. But
nursing this one home.
Yeah, the 37 is also going even slower in front of them as well. It's wounded field of cars towards the end of this race. We're going to have about 3 cars by the time it's done. But into the final couple of corners then comes the Vortex in a plume of its own smoke, just crawling its way around turn 18. Arnaud Gomez and his brother Olivier Gomez take back-to-back race victories in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. What a lovely sight to behold. They had a massive accident back in Mugello. They bounced back with a win at Portimao, and they've doubled down on that here in Spain. Brilliant stuff, and, well, just making it to the line, Claire.
Oh, my goodness. That was a nervy end. I would love to see what the team have to say after that one. But Arnaud Gomez, he was down nearly 20 seconds in that final lap. He set a 2:23.6 and the Mercedes did a 2.05. So that just shows how much. So coming across the line is Romain Favre. Then that's car number 10 actually. That's for P6 in the Porsche. But coming across the line very shortly will be Romain Favre, who is...
Yeah, they...
Oh, he's coming past now.
Yeah.
Sorry, he was out of position. I panicked slightly because there was no final sector. So here he comes then, our Porsche leader and the winner of the Porsche category in Motorland Aragon.
The massive flag from the back of the garage hung out over the pit wall as they crossed the line. That's quite funny. I'm not sure they might not get in trouble for that, but still, I don't think they should. It's part of the celebration at the end of the day. It's not hurting anybody. But second place going the way of the Laurent Gaudy and Sébastien Loeb and Gabriel Pimot Squad GP Racing Team. Not a bad day at the office for them at all.
After all that, 2 Vortexes will be on the podium because car number 20 has managed to get itself into the UCS1 category and finishes 3rd in class and 5th overall.
Brilliant stuff. A really good day at the office for Vortex, considering they had the retirement of car 21, but it didn't seem like a massive failure. It's just opened the door.
Yeah, the door opened. I wonder if it's maybe filling up a little bit with smoke in there.
That's true, yeah, probably.
Oh dear.
Wow.
Would love to hear Renault speak to the Gomez brothers about this one, because they have fought hard, and it's definitely a well-deserved win. And this poor Vortex is still tiptoeing round, obviously, the final cool-down lap, but...
I mean, that's race pace compared to the last 2 laps we've just seen, isn't it?
Faster.
Yeah. He's just done a purple sector 3.
He's putting his foot down now.
Yeah, personal best.
Let's get it round. Come on. We got it.
Such a great-looking car, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It does look like something that, with no disrespect meant, it looks like something that you'd draw as a kid going, look at this exciting car, look how cool this is. And it's come to life. It's like a Hot Wheels car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Awesome thing.
Yeah, might have to get a lift in a minute, though, to get round the final bit of the track, coming up to turn 16.
Hopefully
the tight hairpin.
Renault.
yeah. Well, the Renault, who knows where the Renault is?
It's still up there, actually.
Is he stopped?
Yeah, he's
still
going down.
Go
He's
on!
coming down. His gravity is really helping. It's a Renault Soapbox RS01.
Crossed the line in 8th, though, and that car barely even works anymore.
Yeah. There's been a lot of fantastic persistence, hasn't there? Look at the smoke.
The smoke pluming out of the back. What is...
And that's our race-winning car, everybody. It's going to be a sight when it sits in the pit lane. They might have to have a fire extinguisher on standby.
I'm a bit worried about that, you know. It's
Wow.
gonna suddenly burst into flames now.
That gentleman there might waft it with his clipboard.
No.
We'll see. But there is... I mean,
Here
the
he
28
is.
Mercedes had an eventful day, didn't it? Wow.
Yeah.
They had a very eventful race to finish 2nd as well.
Romain Fav, that's the car number 10. That's the 3rd podium for Porsche. This is trying to get the Gomez car into 1st place, and it makes it. Well done. Everyone breathe a sigh of relief.
Don't breathe in too hard because there might be a bit of smoke.
Yes. Don't stand downwind of the Vortex. But other than that, brilliant work, and I bet that's caused them a lot of stress out there.
Great to see them get back-to-back wins, though, after one of the worst possible outcomes at Mugello. That big accident scared us all.
Yeah,
but
that was in qualifying.
Yeah, it was indeed. And then to come back with 2 wins on the bounce in a car that they say they're still developing at the end of the day, you know, it's
quite far in its development now. We've definitely had more development over the last couple of years, and definitely last year was probably the biggest development year it's had, and this is now trying to really find its feet, as we've just seen. It's winning a race out of however many cars are out there, but like you say, it's more along the reliability side of things. It's still just trying to get its head around, and if it wants to be an endurance car, it's going to have to do longer than 4 hours.
Yeah. It's like it was set to perfectly expire after that amount of time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But there's a sell-by date goes on each engine.
Yeah, looking forward to hearing exactly what the Gomez brothers have to say about that. We've got Renault down there ready to bring us all of the interviews. It's always hard to try and catch the drivers at this point, but I think he's good and ready to speak to the drivers. Both of the brothers are alongside him now, so if we can get Olivier Gomez to turn around, we can go speak to him. Let's head down to the pit lane and hear from our winning drivers.
Et je suis avec les frères Gomez, les vainqueurs du jour. Mais dites-moi, messieurs, il y a une petite odeur, il y a une petite fumée là. Ça vient de votre voiture, j'ai l'impression. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça?
Non, c'était que les 7 derniers tours, j'avais plus d'essence. Donc j'ai roulé au ralenti et j'ai beaucoup de gomme qui s'est accumulée sur les échappements et tout. Mais j'avais pas le choix parce que sinon je passais pas en fuel. Donc on a fini vraiment sur les vapeurs d'essence là.
This was not a technical problem. They were running out of fuel. So he was saving fuel, and with the accumulation of marbles on the tires on the rear part of the car, it was fuming, literally. But nothing really, not really a problem, finally. Allez, l'autre frère Gomez, victoire incroyable. C'est une nouvelle victoire pour Vortex, et cette fois, c'est même un doublé.
Oui, un doublé, le premier de l'année, pourvu que ça dure. Il reste Manicourt et Castellet. Et j'espère qu'on va pouvoir réitérer. Mais moi, ce que je voudrais mettre en avant, c'est le niveau de nos pilotes. Nos pilotes sur les 2 autres autos. Je crois qu'ils n'ont jamais aussi bien roulé. Et donc là, la deuxième place de Enzo et Roland, c'est très mérité puisque même Roland a été très impressionnant en termes de rythme de course. Donc je suis très fier d'eux.
So he's very proud of the whole team, not only the 22 car, the winning car, but also the whole Vortex team, which is scoring a fantastic result, historic result in the UCS1 category. Messieurs, félicitations, et puis on se revoit à Manicourt.
Ouais, avec grand plaisir.
So now, on to the second place finishers. Who is the driver of the number 28? Driver on number 28. C'est vous? Patrick Charlet? Patrick Charlet. Allez, on va enchaîner avec Patrick Charlet. Ah, deuxième, il est fier de son résultat. On enchaîne?
Pas trop compliqué, hein, les questions.
Allez, regardez, il est fier de lui et il a bien raison. Cette numéro 28 qui est parti de loin et qui est arrivé très haut, des hauts, des bas. Tout un tas de soucis et vous vous en sortez. Comment est-ce qu'on peut résumer cette course?
On a fait une remontada, c'est une histoire d'équipe, on a des super pilotes, on a une super équipe, tout le monde fait son travail, on est au carré, on progresse et c'est pas fini. On a de grands championnats devant nous et voilà, on va progresser toujours.
Fantastic drivers, a fantastic team, and they are in constant progress in this championship. That's how you recap such a race. Comment on fait pour ne pas se décourager et ne pas perdre sa concentration dans une course où il arrive autant de choses?
On se concentre et on est focus sur l'objectif podium.
So I was asking him, how do you not lose your focus? Well, he says, you just keep your focus, and that's all. It seems so simple. Merci beaucoup, Patrick Charlet, deuxième de cette course. And now, on to third place finisher and winner of the Porsche Cup. Pardon. Le pilote qui était au volant de la numéro 7, Romain Fabre. Romain Fabre, s'il vous plaît. Allez, c'est ça. Ouais. On est bon? Fais-moi signe quand c'est bon. Et j'étais avec le papa il y a quelques instants, je suis maintenant avec le fiston, celui qui était dans la voiture et qui a franchi la ligne en 3e position du général et vainqueur de la Porsche Cup. Alors, comment on se sent? Est-ce qu'on se sent soulagé? Parce que ça a été une course extrêmement compliquée pour tout le monde, y compris pour vous, j'imagine.
Oui, absolument, il a fait très chaud, donc course très éprouvante dans la voiture. Mais bon, on a su faire un beau travail avec l'équipe, donc on est très content du résultat. Et puis on est vraiment content parce qu'on ne fait pas toute la saison et revenir comme ça sur la première marche du podium, ça fait vraiment plaisir.
They are very happy to reach this first step of the podium because they are not racing for the whole season. And yes, it was a difficult race even for them with the heat and everything. Est-ce qu'on vous reverra du coup à Manicourt?
Sans doute pas à Manicourt, mais au Castellet pour la finale, sans doute, oui.
Okay, he may not be there at Manicourt, but we will see him, I think, in Paul Ricard. Comment est-ce qu'on peut résumer votre course avec tout ce qui s'est passé? Qu'est-ce qui vous a permis de remporter cette course en catégorie Porsche?
Tout d'abord, je pense que c'est dû à un très beau travail de l'équipe, des mécaniciens, du team manager, de tout le monde et également des pilotes. On a su être plutôt homogène dans notre rythme en course et donc je pense que ça nous a vraiment aidé par rapport à nos concurrents, essayer de ne pas faire d'erreurs et d'imprimer des tours assez rapides tour par tour.
So the key to winning this race was to be very constant throughout the race and obviously teamwork like always. Merci beaucoup et donc on se retrouve au Paul Ricard.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. On fait d'autres interviews ou pas là? On dit au revoir?
Well, of course, thank you so much for watching and being with us this weekend. We will be back in a couple of weeks' time to bring you more of action from the Ultimate Cup series. But thank you to everyone behind the scenes. And of course, thank you guys for watching. We'll see you in a few weeks.